taking a chance. Telling me to dance, taking a chance. Telling me to dance, taking a chance.
People dance.
a chance. Telling me to dance, taking a chance. Telling me to dance, taking a chance. Me to dance, taking a chance. Telling 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 me to dance, taking a chance. People dance. dance, taking a chance. Telling me to dance, taking a chance. Telling me to dance, taking a chance. Me to dance, taking a chance. Telling me to dance, taking a chance. Telling me to dance, taking a chance. Me to dance, taking a chance. Telling 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 me to dance, taking a chance. taking a chance. Telling me to dance, taking a chance. Telling me to dance, taking a chance. me to dance, taking a chance. Telling me to dance, taking a chance. People dance.
Hi, my name is Keith Moore. I'm president of KDM and Associates and founder of Open Government TV. And I'm delighted to bring you greetings from our Washington, D.C. new Minority Business Development Agency Federal Procurement Center here at 300 New Jersey Avenue, Northwest. We're on the 9th floor. If you want to learn more about our offices, our services, and our commitment to you as a minority business, and to those non-minority businesses, we're looking for relationships that we can www.mbdafpcenter.com. And our office number is 202-469-3423. And you can reach me, Keith Moore, at kmoore@opengovtv.com. We're so delighted today to join MedWeek and MBDA in celebrating yet another phenomenal year, especially after the COVID and year or plus that we've all been through. We have clearly felt the impact from our schools and to our businesses who've closed. And in fact, at one point, data was showing that over 40% of the minority businesses had to shut down because of COVID. Well, we want to inspire hope, positivity, and an intentional commitment to engage you, educate you with capacity building, technical assistance, collaborative teaming opportunities, and empower you with our knowledge of public policy, because we believe that where there's policy, there is profit. Knowing what public policy does to a country, what opportunities it provides, this conversation will discuss in detail the kinds of programs that are made available for farmers to understand where their opportunities are. The energy sector now has so many different alternatives. It's so important to come up with what works to move America forward, where parity, equity, innovation, diversity, all can inspire new ideas, new commercialization, new efficiencies, and most of all, create a stronger national security.
Next, I'm going to talk about one of the things we've been solving for in Silicon Valley that can support analytics, HBCUs, and contracting. And what we've seen is there's a growing innovation gap And we're recognized this across the largest corporations, Fortune 500 corporations, their international equivalents, Global 2000 corporations around the world. And they just cannot keep up with accelerating STEM, science, technology, engineering, math. And as a result, they have a growing innovation gap. Unless you're an Apple or Google or Amazon. So it's a very small list that can address this. And our approach with this innovation gap, and it's not only with private industry, it cuts across academia, government, nonprofits, across all sectors. And what we have been suggesting is a way to address the growing innovation gap is to generate more hypotheses faster and to test those hypotheses faster. And these hypotheses and tests should be data-driven. And that's the approach we've been taking to try to close these growing innovation gaps. Now, another push with this to close these gaps is to focus on open innovation, private-public partnerships. What that does is it provides a lot of opportunity, but also challenges at the same time. So it's very difficult to spin up a collaborative effort. You've got a lot of moving parts. People have different time frames across industry, government, academia. They may have different budgets, different performance metrics that might keep them from getting out of sync. And again, what we think is you can address that in a data-driven approach by looking at not only who should you collaborate with, but who are the backup partners to work with, because timing is always an issue. Now, the approach to deal with this is really looking at the global pipeline of innovation. So what is the global pipeline of innovation? That is scanning across the millions of startups that are emerging around the world, because many of them have innovation solutions that can be applied to start to close the growing innovation gap, to generate more hypotheses and test. Now, many of these startups actually license patents. And so then the opportunity is look across the hundreds of millions of patents around the world in real time to see what's driving the startups. Then finally, those patents are coming out of research, university research, institutional research. So the opportunity really is to look across what's flowing through this global pipeline of startups in real time, to see what's available to generate hypotheses and to test to address the most pressing socio-economic pain points around the world and at a local level, including dealing with agricultural issues. Now, one of the biggest issues with this approach is jargon. People use different language to talk about generally the same thing. And you've got siloed data. These are huge issues when people go to look for data. You've got siloed databases, people using different jargon to talk about the same thing. So for example, you could be talking to a startup that's doing what they call brain on a chip. Then you talk to a corporate R&D person, they're talking about what they call neuromorphic computing, but it's the same thing. And then you talk to a university researcher and they'll say that they're doing planned engineering dislocations on silicon germanium substrates to mimic a synapse. It's the same thing. So the opportunity really is to cut across these databases and across the jargon to really generate these collaborative efforts. And with that, I'm going to ask Ken and Gardner, who's head of TDP Analytics, to do a 30-second demonstration of how we use machine learning to cut across and expand the keywords that we use to generate these collaborative efforts.
So what we're looking at here is our machine learning tool. And like Jim mentioned, we use this to help us figure out how the entities in our system are talking about a specific technology or space. And each one of these dots here that we are looking at represents a word or phrase, in this case, used by startups. That's the data we have plugged in here. And we have 2 million startups in our system, so we're looking across a few billion data points. And what we can do is search for a technology or area of interest, something like ag tech, for example. And here on the right, in this orange color, we can see agri-tech, food tech, vertical farming, etc. And so from here, what we can start to do is aggregate a list of keywords that then we can go and run across our data sets. We can also increase the number of highlighted terms here in the center of the screen from 100 to around 500. And we can isolate them. And then from here, the system will cluster out the terms by use cases. And so from here, we'd see a cluster around agricultural inputs, some around equipment, AI, machine learning, et cetera. And so depending on what we're trying to solve for, we can use this tool to help us identify the different clusters of terms that these startups are using to talk about ag tech.
Thank you, Ken, for sharing that. So to close, what I like to say and underscore is this data and information is out there already. The issue and challenge is accessing it and making the data and information available so people can use it in real time to generate hypotheses, to test those hypotheses, to start closing growing innovation gaps, and to solve pressing socioeconomic pain points. And with that, I'd like to pass off the speaking baton to Dr. Tim Akers.
Thanks a lot, Jim. That was a great presentation, and I particularly appreciated your visual analytics that you displayed in Ken, and thank you. That was quite telling when you had the 2 million data points. And for those that don't know, before I get into this, my name is Tim Akers. I'm the Assistant Vice President for Research, Innovation, and Advocacy at Morgan State University in Baltimore, Maryland. And I'm also a professor of public health. And but for those that don't know and are listening, Morgan State University is one of the nation's oldest historically Black colleges and universities in the nation. And we were established in 1867. And so we have a number of doctorate programs, master's programs, and undergraduate programs, and with about 8,000 students currently. Well, what's unique about Morgan State is we are located in the heart of Baltimore, Maryland, and we have partnerships all around. Some of our richest opportunities and collaborations are with minority business enterprises. And we work just, for example, with KDM, as well as INA Solutions and others, Swain Tech and companies that are minority business enterprises that work with us with respect to data issues, technologies. What we have found as an HBCU, and I'm not speaking to all HBCUs around the country, I can't speak for them, but I can speak on behalf of my colleagues and others at Morgan State University, is we have used data and visual analytics. Give you an example. Since 2008 until 2019, I and my colleague and others, Dr. Kevin Peters, who directs our Center for Excellence in Math and Science, he and I have been funded by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. And we focused on visual analytics, and we introduced visual analytics techniques and technologies and tools to a number of our students that wanted to learn different algorithms and different ways of looking at statistics and looking at issues that tied into predictive analytics, from crime to agriculture to quantum. So we used visual analytics and tools and technologies. Jim mentioned the issues, a number of points, but one thing I also would caught my attention was, how do you take when we say visual analytics and predictive analytics and converge? In academia, there's a magic term phrase that we often refer to as evidence-based data. Evidence-based data is extremely powerful, But as Suresh and others know, there's been this evolution. I've taught statistics and epidemiology for many years. I used to be a senior scientist at the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in Atlanta. And one thing, I love data, and data is, we sleep, eat, and breathe data. But here's the very important point, that when we look at data, in the 90s, we focused on statistics, advanced statistics, from regression to factor analysis to discriminant function analysis. And but as technologies, and Suresh could certainly talk about this a lot more in detail, INA solutions, but as we developed an ability to house larger data, and our computing systems are able to now store larger data, and with the new algorithms and the technologies out there, and TensorFlow and all these tools for artificial intelligence, we're now seeing data that can give us significantly more information from the area of agriculture to the areas of public health. For example, we have been working actually out of Silicon Valley with organizations that the name are slipping off the top of my head, but there were some articles written about our work in food safety and food safety informatics. Very important area, that agricultural informatics is an area that my team at Morgan State University, was sharing with the U.S. Department of Agriculture and FDA and others, this whole focus on agricultural informatics and food safety informatics back 12 years ago. And a good colleague of mine, Dr. Cynthia Tucker, who's a food safety and nutritionist, she and I presented many times all over the area, in the areas of food safety informatics. But it comes down to data. I have a number of PowerPoint presentations, but I didn't even know which one to draw down for this discussion, because I was hoping we would open up further dialogue. But what we have found is that when we look at data, and no matter what kind of data is, especially in the areas of agriculture, there's this whole area, matter of fact, called agricultural terrorism. You look at the risk that's focusing on it, and then you look at the area of different data points. But one of the things that we'd like to talk with you about is, when we look at data, we look at taxonomic systems. We look at data from the taxonomy of all different aspects of it. And from data, we just actually, coincidentally, I just got off a whole area, a whole focus on data a few moments ago in the areas of quantum literacy. And we began looking at data from taxonomies, curriculum, training, but what we have found is that when we look at data in the areas of psychosocial, behavioral, biomedical, clinical, we need to look at data in the context of how they relate to one another, as opposed to creating, as I think Jim said, silos. We need to figure out how these data can come together and help us better develop predictive analytic models. And we've been working relatively recently with INA Solutions, and Suresh and his team have provided a lot of great insight, and we're opening dialogue as it relates to our ability to work in areas of quantum and quantum literacy. And on that note, I will save for questions and further discussion, but I would like to, if that's okay with the host, is to turn this over to Suresh Nair, a friend and colleague of ours that we've been working with. And so, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Akers, and thank you, Jim. That was an awesome presentation. So it makes much more easier my job here, because Jim has given an excellent presentation, and Dr. Akers has spoken about data. So it makes it much more easier for me. My name is Suresh Nair. I am the president and CEO of INA Solutions. We are located in Leesburg, Virginia. Our prime work deals with data and data science. And since the topic is about agriculture, I'm going to talk about USDA. We do have a prime contract with Foreign Agriculture Service. We manage their entire operations from a data perspective for 90 plus countries and $90+ million in operational budgeting. That involves HR, finance, and budgeting. And we have a lot of subject matter expertise in Foreign Agriculture Service data and import-export data. Also Exim Bank, Treasury, and also farm bills, which is very important for farmers because that's where they process the farm loans and debt reliefs and stuff like that. So taking our background, our knowledge from a data perspective and from a technology perspective, and what Jim just displayed with the decision platform, we can definitely take all the data, for example, the farm data, farm bill data, import-export data from USDA, and the oceanic data like weather, even geopolitical data, and also look at like most of the countries are going vertical farming. Just because the soil and the water and the weather is not, cooperating to produce the amount of food we need. So how do we train our workforce? When I talk about workforce, the new generation of farmers, mainly underrepresented farmers in this country, and bring them up to speed with innovation so that they could use less soil, less water, to produce more food using vertical farming and other source of farming. So just like how Tim was mentioning, we could do this by creating a taxonomy database of white papers, the best practices, the disruptive innovations around the world, and give the farmers the tool to use search tools so that they don't have to go to 50 different places for searching how to do best farming. So that's an idea, and that we can easily do that by the combination of what Jim showed and using natural language processing, which is an NLP AI methodology, to pretty much build like a database like Google for farmers. And also help them do some predictive, with the data, we can help the farmers to build an ecosystem for them so that we can show partnership. We can show government, all the commercial partnership, how to put all those components together for the farmers to be successful in producing the produce and being successful. Even we can connect those farmers to supply to markets like Whole Foods or Trader Joe's, which most of the underrepresented farmers are not being, we are not being utilizing them. So how do we help them for produce organic foods? So using data and using technology and using the innovation aspects of it, and I'll talk a little bit of quantum. Quantum computing will completely revolutionize the way we do the business in this country. In five years, 10 years, I would say, we'll be having new quantum internet, quantum network, quantum gyroscopes. So how do we use those latest innovation technology and create a workforce of young farmers who are willing to get into farming and motivate them to take up farming and produce wealth and bring them up to from an economic standpoint, bring them up to a point where they can be self-sufficient. At that, I would conclude and pause and take any questions.
These presentations combined speak to innovation in agriculture. Any processes, any manufacturing can't be done without energy, whether it's solar energy, electrical, or fuel. Power is a requirement. You're literally talking about the future of our economy, 21st century workforce, skill development, when you have a faculty leader like Dr. Tim Akers. So what we've done here at Innovation in Agriculture Energy Summit, not just today, but starting last year, and we'll continue these conversations that bring industry, academia, technological solutions, competencies that you've heard from a federal contractor, by the way, who happens to have an 8A is in a hub zone, has a GSA schedule, literally the certifications that are needed to be able to allow for a small business to scale to a mid-sized business. And I'm happy that we are in this conversation representing a level of diversity, because diversity is shown and evidenced by the intelligence, the intellect, the information that is being exchanged. And Jim Beddos is from TDP is in the West Coast. I'm here in Washington D.C. Tim is in Baltimore. Our host media event coordinator and is in Charlotte, North Carolina. These are data points. We have problems. How do we solve them? What do we use to solve them? And how do we engage literally community to community and the globe? So we're happy to add on the opportunity zones, which is a public policy tax incentive program to drive private capital into communities that are defined to be distressed. Distressed in the condition of their housing, distressed in the income status of the community members. It could even be oftentimes, and unfortunately so, high crime rates in these same communities. It definitely has environmental issues and challenges, socioeconomic issues that sometimes cause people to say the other side of the track, this versus that. What I'm hearing and what's so exciting and empowering is how information can be exchanged with a Stephen Covey objective of starting with the end in mind. What do we want to achieve? And I believe that these are the kinds of conversations that will allow us as both participants in this conversation and audience who are listening to, one, we want you to put your questions in the chat. Two, we want you to be able to make comments and challenge us throughout this discussion. And thirdly, seeing is worth believing. Numbers don't lie. So Jim, what I'd like for you to do is to go one level deeper about your platform and talk about the things that we have already discussed solving. You did such a succinctly successful job of reducing it down to, what did you say, 2 minutes or less? But I wouldn't want the audience to miss out on the true power that I've seen you present of this platform, because literally we are bringing to marketplace defined by government agencies who are not using that and are a proven institution who have a traditional long-standing practice of doing business a certain way, making decisions in a certain way. If those decisions continue at the pace that they do, sometimes they can be counterproductive to the actual goals and objectives and abilities of Swift technology. So I'm going to pass the baton once again back to Jim and further deepen this conversation.
So thanks for that, Keith. What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask Ken and Gardner to do a 3-minute demo to show to dig in a little bit deeper. And so I touched on some issues in terms of there's a growing innovation gap, data is siloed, different subject matter experts talk and use different jargon, and it's very specialized. And especially when you're looking for teaming arrangements to compete for contracts and you're trying to be collaborative, how do you cut across public-private? How do you cut across various institutions and how to compete successfully and to keep raising the bar of what you can compete for? So I want Ken to bring up the platform. He showed you the machine learning tool. But what's really powerful is, and I didn't really touch on this, the numbers that we've accumulated in our system. We have 2 million startups from around the world. We have 40 million patents from around the world. We have 30 million biotech and medical papers. We have close to 100 million research papers. And this is just a tip of the iceberg that we can open up and illuminate in real time. And our approach has been to combine computer and human intelligence. So VCs in Silicon Valley, venture capitalists in Silicon Valley, they tend to talk about taking friction out of the system. And that's just code for saying they want to replace humans. We're the friction. So TDP data and human intelligence to actually enhance organizational decision-making. And computer intelligence is the artificial intelligence, the algorithms, the machine learning. It can go across with a push of a button billions of data points objectively. Humans cannot do that. We're subjective. And I can't even remember beyond a phone number, an area code. So that's my capability. But computers cannot deal with new and novel situations. Humans can with intuition. So by combining computer and human intelligence with this process, Kenan will walk you through, we've reduced the amount of time and cost the projects typically take. And we're working with C-level, like strategy, planning, research and development, investment decisions. Where do they place their bets? Normally they take 24 months or longer. We've reduced them down to 3 months or less. By doing that, this gets back to what we said was a way to address the growing innovation gap is to come up with more ideas and test them faster. So if you take the time and cost out of generating new ideas and testing them, now you can generate a whole lot more ideas and team up with teaming arrangements. And you can take this approach to go after contracts and grants. So Kenan showed you how we use machine learning to expand upon keywords. So typically what someone will do is they'll have a small set of keywords that they'll search databases for. And Kenan was showing you how with machine learning, we can typically expand. We might work with a subject matter expert that has 5 keywords, a handful. We could easily get up to 100 keywords. What that does is it expands the solution space for exploration in real time. It opens up optionality, options. And then the next part with that is, well, how do you then craft a potential hypothesis or solution? And so Kenan will pull up the platform and demonstrate exactly how we do this, where we can generate and expand a list of potential options. It could be a list of 50,000 research papers or 100,000 startups, but that creates a whole nother problem. You know, take a human analyst can go through 650 startups in a month. It would take decades to go through the amount of data we're generating. So how do we get it down in real time to make sense of it for action in real time? So with that, I'll hand it back to Kenan and I'll show you just a 2-minute demo.
So here we are in the search functionality of our platform. And I have a few lists here pre-run going off of the example we took from the machine learning tool demo around ag tech. And you can see here, I ran a search across our startup data specifically, since that's what we looked at in the machine learning tool. And I used the terms ag tech, agri-tech, farm, food, food tech, and agriculture. And you can see here from our 2 million startups, we had just about 100,000 get returned. These are going to be companies using this type of terminology. And this brings up a whole nother issue now of, okay, well, how can we effectively go through 100,000 companies to evaluate them and vet through them? And Jim mentioned, analysts typically can go through about 650 startups a month. And so what we can do is run a second list to kind of help focus this in. So I ran a second one around artificial intelligence. And this is going to be super broad, but it'll get the point across. So I use the term AI, ML, artificial intelligence, and machine learning. And we had an additional about 53,000 startups. And what we can do from here is overlap these two lists, and we can quickly see how many startups are focused on applying AI and machine learning in ag tech specifically. And in this case, we can see there's about 1,700. And what we can do is create this list of these results from this overlap. And back here in the platform, we can see here are the 1,700. And what we can do from here next is take one of our algorithms and evaluate these companies with a first pass with the computer. So TDP, we have a library of about 50 different algorithms currently, and we continue to expand that. And one of them for startups to evaluate them is execution score. And this is looking at the probability that a startup can actually execute the claim they make. So can they produce the technology that they're saying they can do? And so here you can see I ranked it from highest to lowest. At the top here, we have a couple 10s, scores out of 10. So these are going to be perfect scores here. As we go down the list, we'll get to more earlier and earlier stage companies. You'll also notice to the right here, we have a couple columns here for country, region, and city. So we can further filter down the data by a geographic basis. If we come back over to the top of this list here, what we can do is we'll just select a handful of these companies and we can pull up their scorecards. And these are generated in real time, one for each of these companies. And we can just stop here and take one here. We can see the name of the company, a high concept about what they do, a link to their URL, a longer description about the company and their technologies. And then over here, we can see how they tag themselves as well. And when we run our search, we're going across all this text data that we have on them. And so this allows us to really be explicit in what we're searching for. So we can search for very specific technologies. We've gone all the way down to, liquid freight forwarding, cold chain, really anything we can search with this and find results. And then over here on the right, we can see summary scores, and this gets into our algorithmic scoring of the data. And this is just the base template for our startups. So again, we saw that execution score. Can the startup execute the claim they make? We have one for survivability here. So looking at, how survivable are they if we're working with a corporation looking to partner with the company, with a startup specifically. We want that company to be around in the future to continue to work with them to help de-risk that endeavor. And then we also have others we can plug into this, things like, acquisition attractiveness, licensing attractiveness, investment attractiveness, externality scores. The list goes on. And so we can swap them into this scorecard view. And again, that's the first pass with the computer. And then on top of this, what the computer generates, TDP's human analysts will get involved and start building additional reports and analysis and deliverables on top of this.
So with that information Cannon has just pulled up, he can now, with a push of a button, start generating trend reports. So this goes into helping make decisions better. So for example, if Dr. Tim Akers' area of interest is food security, we could then look across what's in the system in terms of other researchers working on food security across institutions around the world, across the HBCUs. We could look across what's flowing through the global pipeline of innovation around food security, coming from research, basic research, advanced applied research, through to patents and into startups, into corporations. We can also run it across all the calls, RFPs, RFIs, all the requests for proposals, grants that are coming from the US government, across the federal agencies, across the 5 development banks, including the World Bank, across the EU. So we can run this through, start generating opportunities to form teaming partnerships to go after additional research money. And we can then also rank how competitive a proposed teaming arrangement would be. And then how to add additional assets to make it even more competitive. Okay, Kenan.
Yeah, so here I just took that list of those 1,700 startups focused on applying AI and ag tech in some way or another. And I created a trend chart for it. And these are interactive. And so we can start isolating different variables. So we can look at things here with kind of this teal color, startup creation, and compare that to in the blue color here, acquisitions. So this can help us, with decision making in terms of build versus buy. Should we look to acquire a company or should we build it internally? If acquisitions are up and creation's down, we can make the assumption we're going to be overpaying for a startup. The best ones have already been acquired. Maybe it's better to build internally. We can also look at things like funding rounds versus dollars raised. This can help us understand where are we in the cycle of innovation for a specific technology. This is often cyclical, so we'll see times where there'll be high number of funding rounds with low dollar amounts, and that typically to try new things. And that'll happen for a couple of years, and then eventually we'll kind of see it invert to where the funding round count goes down, but the dollars raised increases. And there we know, okay, from that experimentation phase, there's a handful of winners. Most of the money is going to be going to, a smaller number of startups at this point. And again, that's a cyclical process. We'll kind of see that happen over and over again. And then we can also look at things like exit strategies. So we can look at IPOs versus acquisitions, compare that to what's private, and we can see what companies are trying to do. We can do similar trends with different data types, with research papers, patents, RFPs, et cetera, with this process. And then we can also heat map. So we can geographically plot where in the world, which regions are producing technology, commercializing it with startups, with SMEs, who's doing the research and the patenting of that research. And oftentimes too, we'll see disparities between that. So there might be a region that's very good at research and patenting, but they're not strong in commercializing. And vice versa, we'll see a region that's strong in commercializing, but not necessarily the research and the patenting. And so from there, we can start looking for supply and demand opportunities. Where can we source technology from? And then in market, where is the demand to take that technology to? So there's some of the other things that our platform can help us solve for.
Thank you for that, Kenan. So there's a big push with academia and higher education around being entrepreneurial university. And what we're suggesting or proposing is with this platform and approach, we take that heavy lifting of being entrepreneurial off of researchers. Of course, if a researcher wants to be entrepreneurial, we'll support that. But we're also saying with this platform and approach, we're freeing up researchers to be researchers and do the research. And this platform, with this combined computer and human intelligence, takes off all that heavy lifting of being entrepreneurial. That takes a lot of work to spin up collaborative efforts, to run up projects. This platform was developed to do that and support researchers and research universities. Again, my name is Jim Beddoes. I'm co-founder and CEO of TDP Data Systems. We're in Silicon Valley. We were started in 2016. And we were started at the bequest of Fortune 500 C-level and Global 2000 C-level that, again, we're facing growing innovation gaps. And everything we showed you is proprietary to TDP Data Systems and was built based on through client engagements with these corporations around the world. And we've been working with Stanford University since 2018. And we're looking to expand this to more usage through KDM and through the collaborative partnerships and with HBCUs. So we really look forward to supporting the efforts here.
Yeah, I'd like to turn it back over to you with a request to give us your SWOT analysis, whether you want to use Morgan State specifically or across the board generic relative to HBCUs and the utilization of this type of technology.
Let me back. No, I appreciate that. And I can speak to a certain aspect of HBCUs because I do reviews for NIH and for sponsored programs offices for minority serving institutions. So I've been doing that many, many years, just finished up a pool of them recently on scientific proposals for sponsored programs, building infrastructure. So, but I was going to ask Jim and Cannon a question. I was noticing in your, where you have the survivability, I believe, I can't remember, those, have you all done any retrospectives to see the predictive analytics of this? In other words, because you give it a score, but is that score based on like your data over time? Have you studied to see how successful that has predicted accurately?
So with survivability, we hand tested it 10,000 times. So we used humans to score out the survivability over 10,000 times. And then what we do on top of that is we run Monte Carlo simulations for each one of our algorithms over 100,000 times. And that's how we test our algorithms. We have a library of algorithms. We've been building algorithms by channel. So for example, we have algorithms for startups. We have algorithms for investors. We have algorithms for what's called lab to market channel. We have algorithms for higher ed academia, for corporate C-level. And they've been in market since 2016. So that's kind of how we've been deploying them. And we add algorithms all the time. And we actually just generated algorithms for NIH in terms of scoring contract and contractors. So scoring out teaming arrangements and matching scores against what NIH is asking for. We generate these very quickly. And we love to work with the market, love to get market feedback. It's a collaborative process on how we approach this.
Well,
thanks for your question, Tim.
No, so I appreciate that very much. You helped clarify a lot for me because, you know, a lot of times I see these scores, sometimes they're discrete and you wonder, how did that come up? What was their methodology in deciding that? Because Elon Musk, for example, I'm a big fan, I'm a fanboy of Elon Musk right there. And I had 2 of his Teslas, bought 2 Model S's, so I can say with, and but having said that, a lot of, all across the media and everybody else absolutely predicted Tesla was going to fail, as you know, and things like that. And so I often like to find out what you're describing because it makes a lot of sense. You put together 10,000 plus, and it had probably more predictability than the media pundits out there toward Tesla.
So what we do is we look at signals, and we always look at the number of signals, and we'll actually rank the data we have. We'll score out the data. So we'll score out the data for completeness, and we'll score out the data for accuracy. And what we're trying to do, what we take is, we're taking a satisficing approach. Do we have enough data to satisfy decision-making? And do we need to get more data to improve the quality of the decision-making or not? So that's how we can go from spanning the globe in real time, and then with the computer, and then the humans will narrow it down quickly. But instead of trying to deploy humans to boil the ocean from data from around the world, the computer does that. And then the humans will then, in a stepwise process, will narrow in. And our approach is, it's stepwise. We'll do what's called a flash report, then we'll do a deep dive. So it's always, you know, just in time methodology in terms of how to look at the data. And that's how we can drive the cost down of doing this, drive the cost down and do it in real time.
And this is a great discussion. The reason why, and I'm glad you said NIH, as I've been reviewing for almost 30 years, scientific proposals across NIH, NSF, all the agencies, CDC, et cetera. One thing I've learned is I've reviewed a significant amount of minority serving institutions, HBCUs, and TWIs, traditionally white institutions. And a study I often would love to have done was to literally redact institutional names. And because reviewers, normally when you do a scientific review, you have 3 reviewers who review and they're scored and ranked accordingly. But I have found, and I can say on record, there are institutions sometimes, HBCUs and minority serving institutions, that are not sometimes ranked accordingly. But if you remove the name, I'm a scientist, so I've seen phenomenal research come out of HBCUs and others. but there's this perception that we're always battling. That perception has got to be dealt with in some more objective measure as opposed to people's biases and prejudices or whatever the case may be. And I can say on record, I would love to see a detailed algorithm that would redact institutional names, academic affiliations, and then go through the scientific review process using kind of the algorithm you described, your technology. From there, do like a retrospective and look at some old applications and see how that fared. But something of that nature, I'm absolutely convinced the scientific community, academia, NSF, NIH, DOD, agriculture, and others would probably get a significant benefit in this area. But I tell you, maybe we've got to deal with the biases and the prejudices that are out there. And the best way to do with it is redacting references. I think there is something to be said for that. And I'm being a little biased myself right now because I work at an HBCU and I've seen such genius come out of HBCUs on projects and proposals that were not funded, and then others that were funded. The same thing with minority business enterprises. So the competition sometimes I think would be nice if they that different.
So I mentioned that we combine computer intelligence because computers are objective and can run across billions of data points in real time. And we take out the human subjectivity out of it. And then the humans are on top of the computer algorithms that are run objectively. And that's our approach. So this would deal with biases. Another bias that will come up is when an organization is working off of a narrative and is trying to backfit data to fit the narrative that they're trying to support. And again, this would then open up that bias or illuminate that bias.
Well, this is the kind of program that what you've described, I could see its applicability. Some of your data variables, you're just changing because you could still use the same approach to analyzing federal applications to kind of see where, but not to say that this one's likely to have done better or would do better, but rather just allow the review process, the objective human element or the three. But once you redact any reference of institutional name and affiliation, you then, I believe, would get more objective analysis from the reviewers.
Yeah, we many times we look to kind of take something we've developed for one application and reapply it. And so one of the first uses of this was for startup incubator and accelerators. And they have human panels to determine who gets, admitted to a cohort. And it's very subjective. Humans are subjective person to person, and a person could change your thinking day to day. And we've also used the same approach with corporations. We've supported $1 billion in acquisitions. And we've seen teams of people, the same thing happens. So taking out that human subjectivity, at least first pass, and then have the humans on top of the computer objectivity.
See,
so that's been our approach. It seems to work well.
Yeah, and I like this, and the point I would see, and I apologize to our other panelists for monopolizing on your time, but one thing, I guess, since we're going to hopefully be edited at some point on this, but a very important point that kind of resonates well with me. If you look at Twitter, Facebook, and all these others, they put a lot of the human biases in their algorithms, I'm sorry to say. They would like to think they're programming those out, but they're not. Because once you can't program them out unless you have an objective. Like if I don't scale or rank something as a programmer, I can then just keep it objective, like how many applications it has been submitted, credentials of individuals. In other words, if I get the discrete qualitative assessments out of the way and just keep the objective, I'm going to get a lot better. But if I was to rank these applications according to my perception or according to how, so I think your program can eliminate the human biases if you just keep it at the to a point to where the reviewer, the one who's doing the internal validity, the discrete categorizing, keep everything in an objective measure, be it dollar values, application numbers, number of publications, things of that nature. But it's when we start bringing a subject, give you an example, really important in the areas of agriculture and others. There's some phenomenal studies coming out on concept papers from academic institutions, but guess what? They're not, quote, peer reviewed. but they're really phenomenal concept papers and white papers that come on out. But we discount those because they're not, quote, peer reviewed, but it should not discount those.
So one of the things I mentioned, we have close to 100 million research papers in our system. Our process is to generate scorecards on everything. So we'll have a scorecard on a startup, on a patent. We'll have scorecards on research, on a researcher, on an NIH grant. We have scorecards on policy papers. So we actually score out policy papers for efficacy. So again, we're trying to help humans make better decisions across the board.
Well, there was an algorithm built years ago, and it's still out there. I think it was like, I can't remember the Michael something, but it was called meta-analysis. It was a phenomenal program that came out in the late 2000s and others. And I had purchased that a number of times. And that was great because it controlled for a number of factors statistically from different methodologies to bring together in a meta-analysis. But ranking and validating scoring. I'll turn over to Suresh and some things because I won't go into detail because we're under NDA based on some of our technology working with INA Solutions. But Suresh, I was holding off on maybe you wanted to share some thoughts. You're muted.
Oh, thank you, Tim. Those are all excellent questions. And just to piggyback on what Tim was asking about, the data and how the platform can really help innovation in agriculture and help underrepresented farmers. Jim, this is a question for you. And I think if we take all the data, right, whether it is farm data, soil analysis, NRCS data, weather data, supply chain, food security, name it, and the commercial, industry data, right? If we take all this and ingest into the platform, how long do you think we can come up with a decision platform and create an ecosystem for farmers real time to show that, what will be the best, like a predictive analysis?
So Cannon will pull up what we call an ecosystem map. He'll pull up the process that we use to create an ecosystem map. And I don't know, Ken, if you want to pull up microgrids or if there's one on agriculture you want to pull up, but maybe spend a minute to go through it. What we do is we use our platform, and thanks again, Suresh, for your question, is we use our platform to combine different components of a solution. One of our hypotheses is generally no one has a complete solution. And we certainly see this in the whole pipeline of startups. But if you start combining technologies and IP together, then you get a holistic solution that has much more impact. And so this can be applied to teaming arrangements. So again, teaming arrangement, combining researchers, we've got 2 million nonprofits in our system. We have 10 million small, medium-sized enterprise. We can zero down to a zip code. There are 41,000 zip codes in the US. We can get that down to zip code with an HBCU, with an opportunity zone, with nonprofits supporting what the HBCU is focused on, and also small, medium-sized enterprise. And also we have 300,000 investors in our system to look for other funding to support NIH grants and contracts. And what Cannon will show you, when we started this in 2016, it took us about half a day to generate. We now got it down to an hour to generate what he's about to show you. And the whole point is generate these ecosystem maps. Again, you can think of them as a potential teaming arrangement. Generate a lot of them to provoke the thinking quickly. Provoke thinking and then find the ones you want to go into test, to test this out, to move into action. Okay, Ken.
So this is an example of one of these ecosystem maps specifically for urban microgrids. We've built these across many different topics. And we'll just kind of quickly walk through the format here. So we work off of pain points, and from those pain points, we'll do a root cause analysis. We'll look at what's attributing to that pain point. In this case, current, centralized grid structures are projected to not meet the energy demands here in the future. A big part of this is there's a lot of aging infrastructure, and just the current setup, there's a lot of inefficiencies built into it. And we'll touch on market size to each one of these ecosystem maps. And the whole goal is to really come up with these unique and novel ideas and solutions, and then from there to go and test them. And so as we kind of march towards that proof of feasibility into proof of concept phase, we'll start doing kind of deeper analysis on not only the feasibility of this type of ecosystem, but things like market sizing, business modeling, things like that. This slide here is just kind of an overview of some of the data. So some of this is from the machine learning tool. You can see in the center here, clustering based off the keywords, and the AI given terms on the right. This was off of the input of microgrid. And then on the left here are just some different searches that our analysts ran with the, in this case, number of startups that were associated with them. But these ecosystem maps can include things like combining research, patents, startups, global 2000s, and their technologies all together to come up with these types of solutions. From there, we'll start overlapping different lists. So in this case, we're looking at energy storage and power generation and crossing it with microgrids. There's some more. And then from here, our analysts will go through those overlaps and start pulling out the different technological pieces that can be combined to address the pain point. So in this, we include this technology. And there's just some summary statistics here, so we can see the age of the company, how much funding do they have, their survivability score, how do they rank compared to their peers, and then just a little bit more information about them. And then here you can see the ecosystem map itself. In this case, we're actually combining some US federal lab technologies as well into here. So we have some technologies around energy capture, rooftop wind and solar hybrid energy capture at the top here. On the left side, we're looking at more so the storage and distribution. So taking some of our client technology, Nissan Electric, their power conditioners, converters, transformers, et cetera, that are still kind of needed in this type of system. We have a lot on battery tech. So looking at novel startups working on expanding the storage capabilities of lithium-ion batteries using silicon anodes. We're looking at IoT inside lithium-ion batteries at the cellular level. Selective charging, this is technology coming out of NASA. And then, microgrid and grid software management using machine learning and AI. We also included some additional alternative energy storages. Pacific Northwest Labs, they very recently in the last, I think, 6 months, 8 months, came out with enhanced performance of redox flow batteries. So one of the big problems with them is their cost. They're very expensive using vanadium and other high cost materials. And so they really made some big leaps overcoming some of those challenges. And these are types of ecosystems that then we could then apply to different use cases. So here's a microgrid in an urban environment, but we talked a little bit earlier about how energy is a big important factor in agriculture, how we could then take an energy or an ecosystem around microgrids and kind of refitting this into an agricultural setting, or to say vertical farming, because they're high energy intensive. So these are some of the different types of ecosystem buildings that we do with our platform, combining the computer with the human analyst on top of it.
So thanks, Cannon, for that. So it took Cannon and his team about an hour to generate this. So working with HBCUs, with researchers there, working, for example, with Dr. Tim Akers, he has an interest of research he's looking to focus on, and also for potential commercialization. We could put in and run agriculture food security through this, do the same thing. And we generate these all the time. And then they can go to test. It could be a concept to go to get more research, go for research. It's for teaming. So this is how we can use our platform to support lab to market, including with HBCUs. Thanks, Ken.
If I might, Keith, listen to this on behalf of like a number of our students and others. See, this is really important for the HBCU community and non-HBCU community also, because Jim, what I hear you and Ken talking about, it's not that our students they're not in a position to where they just don't have they just don't have the necessary resources to be able to pull together this this type of collaborations per se, but pulling together some ideas like this as it relates to like food safety, public health, nutrition, agricultural, informatics, and things of this nature. Give you an example. What we did was wish I could put the PowerPoint up, but we've published it. You can check out the journal. It was done actually out of a company, I think it's called is Daedalus out of Silicon Valley also. They're published in the National Environmental Health Journal, a very prestigious one, and it lists out the work that we have done in the areas of food safety. And you can look at the different data points that we extracted based on sensors that we placed, Keith, throughout different school systems and others in terms of dry storage, wet storage, cold storage, and things of this nature. And we track those over a very short period of time, but it was just the amount of data points were just phenomenal as we were collecting. But we worked with a major an important company that was doing food safety related issues and technologies. So it was working company with minority business enterprises, businesses generally, and the technology with our academic institution and expertise in food safety and food safety informatics. And so and my apologies to everyone, is I'd love to be presenting the data up here right now. But anyhow, being able to get our students involved in this level of learning and this areas of technology and innovation for idea sharing, because I guarantee you will see different perspectives, incredible genius that will come out of our students that is the type of insight that sometimes is overlooked. And that's why working with HBCUs and minority business enterprises are really important. And so there's a number of strategies that we have that, give you an example, without going into too much detail, there's data out of the satellites called Giovanni satellites. You may be aware of that. We use in our climate studies and projects, and some of our faculty here that use it. But we've even, and in the spirit of disclosure, they're all trying to make the world better. But if you get, for example, an iPad, and I don't have the example that we've put together just conceptually. So if I was able to take and use augmented reality iPad, take it to an agricultural site, but the data coming down from the Giovanni satellite could show different plumes and different temperatures, but having the right kind of system that would show that. So as I orientate vector the iPad to a farmland, you can see using real data coming down in real time, or maybe previously. That's the kind of learning we want to get our students involved in, not just the fact that they're going to take a test, but rather they're involved on the hardware, the software, the programming side, and also its application. So
Application.
So,
No,
sorry, if I could just, I'm sorry to interrupt. So
No.
Dr. Akers, I want to just say something to that
Tim,
point.
please, Tim.
Since TDP's got its finger on the pulse of global innovation, and we've been working with the Tuskegee Airmen Indianapolis chapter since 2018. And what we said was, we want to encourage students, primary school, secondary school, through higher ed, to be more STEM aware, more STEM fluent, pursue STEM career paths, pursue STEM academic paths. And what our theory was is, in these STEM courses, you're learning a lot of concepts and theory. And wouldn't it be interesting if you could show this is how the concepts are being used in real life?
yeah.
The application, it's funny, not to cut you off, the application side is pivotal. And that's what we just had. I had a meeting for 5 hours with my colleague in my home just a few minutes ago, just finished before this, and it was all around application. I can't go into the details of what we're discussing, but suffice it to say, you hit the nail on the head, Jim.
Yeah, so what we do is we can go across the whole pipeline. We can look out 5, 10 years. We can work backwards and say, this technology is going to be online in 10 or 15 years. So we should expose it to fourth graders now. And this is why you need to have algebra. This is why you need chemistry. This is why you need physics. And so those concrete applications on why they should pursue these paths and interests, whether they go to higher ed or not, just be more fluent in this. And we're happy to work with HBCUs, with yourself on these applications as content for the classroom. Sorry, Keith, what were you going to say?
Suresh, I'm going to let you have not the final word, but the word that kind of gives a summary from an 8A hub zone federal contractor, GSA schedule holder, and any other relevancy to what we've powerfully heard here. This is so exciting, and I want to thank Dr. Tim Akers, Tim, for heart-to-heart, breast-to-breast around. My mind has one statement around, okay, how do we get the students in the classroom of this discussion? Because I guarantee you their horizons, their thirst, their curiosity for learning more about how to take concept, how to dig deeper into data and use the application is the wonder of this discussion. So I'm happy that it's recorded. I'm happy that we all are having this discussion. Suresh, in closing.
Thank you, Keith, for this opportunity. And what excites me is, and Tim knows about it, is innovation. And this is for a larger purpose, right? We're not building an application with a database. We're talking about using data available to us and the technology like decision platform, what Jim just showed, and teammate Dr. Akers' vast knowledge about food security and the MSU's background. And we can definitely solve some of the challenging problems which has been for years, and we can use our with the USDA Foreign Agriculture Service. We're trying to expand at FSA, Farm Service Agency, and at NRCS. So we can definitely be a lead partner in this to bring teams together and play a good role so that we can use our STARS 3. We won our STARS 3, GSA STARS 3. Very few companies got awarded in the first cohort. We are on the emerging technology, focus area also. What that includes is the quantum technologies and AI, because we already have proven experience doing that at US Air Force. So with our certifications like STARS 3, 8A, HubZone, and CMMI Dev Level 3, and ISO 9001, we could definitely, help USDA and other agencies to come together and put a solution together. And as Jim was explaining, it doesn't take months. We can have a prototype built really quickly. And with all our background and SME knowledge, I think we can make this successful.
Dr. Akers, do you believe that what you've just witnessed today is a potential grand contribution towards Morgan State's interest in becoming an R1 institution?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Keith. I'm really, really humbled and to be listening to Jim and Suresh and you speak and Cannon. It really means a lot. Like I said, I'm very humbled. And as our president has publicly indicated, Morgan is striving toward an R1 status by the end of this decade. And we're really, really fast moving approach that we really anticipate even obtaining that status before that. And with that, that's going to have a lot of impact for opportunities. Our institution has the best our institution has some of the best faculty in the world here, and we choose to teach and provide the students the absolute best learning they can receive anywhere in the world. Because they choose to come to an HBCUs for a lot of cultural familiarity, identity, acceptance, a lot of things that really make them feel comfortable. And we wanted to make sure, my colleagues and I want to make sure that they get the absolute world-class learning as they would if they were in Silicon Valley or some other institutions in Maryland. And on that last note, when we talk about data integration, this is some work that my colleagues and I have books that we've written, Wiley and Son, Jussie Bass, Taylor and Francis, Rutledge, in a theory that kind of, and it blends public health data with criminological data. And so the point is that has never really been considered, but now with the zeitgeist of the time, right there with COVID and all this, that's what we're trying to kind of bring all this together. But Keith, thank you very much. And I could see very much working together on striving toward that R1 status, R1 status. And so I appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen around the world, I am so humbled to be a part of this conversation and bring it to you from the IAEOZ Summit 2021. We promised last year that we would commit at least 5 years to create an environment where industry, academia, and government would bring their best, their problems, their opportunities and aspirations to the table. We didn't stop here with a conversation, we promise you. And thankfully, from the perch in which we now sit at the Federal Procurement Center here in Washington, D.C. at 300 New Jersey Avenue, we've been given the privilege to work with 100 MBEs per year to generate $50 million in aggregate per year. And we will utilize our distressed cities and our communities where some of the best human potential, some of our most diverse talent for the 21st century workforce will be germinated from, like universities like Morgan State, University of Maryland Eastern Shore, Delaware State University, and North Carolina State, North Carolina A&T. The list goes on. There's 52 of these historically Black colleges and universities located around the country within 8,277 opportunity zones. If you do the data, do the numbers, of which we show you, we have the competency and capacity to show you numbers very rapidly. There's some decisions that we could make that will transform America and the world and create a rebirth on what works. And so I want to thank you all very much for educating us, engaging us, and unquestionably empowering us with this type of discussion. It will go far, wide, and broad. We'll look forward to seeing the chat. We'll look forward to Timothy. Please, to Dr. Wilson and the board, circulate this kind of conversation, this summit, to the faculty, to the students. Let's create challenge grants. Let's create solutions that the world has been too far for too long oppressed with, depressed from, and denied the opportunity to rise above from. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. And till next time, we'll see you. Jim, thank you from West Coast, Suresh from Tyson's, and Tim, Build Back Better Baltimore. All right.
Thank you, Keith. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, look at Ellis smiling. Tim, good morning. I want to ask the audience first, where do you find yourself in this conversation? I'll give you a hint. Where I find myself is in the classroom. Whether I'm sitting in the front, right in front of the teacher, next to the blackboard, whiteboard, or where I normally sit inconspicuously, as I recall, in the back, soaking it all up. Where could I get the most retention out of what I call complex information? Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard information that empowers when you know what to do with it. And I really appreciate Jim and Ellis Brown from Morgan State, the grant specialist. There's no grant that gets by Morgan State without him knowing about it, I would venture to say. And if I went off a little bit, he's still the man. And we thank you for being here. Thank you so much. We're going to jump into some questions. But before we do that, I just have to, again, shape this conversation. I'm glad that this is not a conversation that has just started. And I'm glad that this is a conversation that ends after today. It actually is the introduction of what you all will see and hear, action, follow up, and what works along the way while we make it work from community to community. Suresh Nair, CEO of INA Solutions, and one of our sponsors this year for the IAEOZ Summit 2021. Good morning, and thank you for being here.
Morning, Keith.
Jim, thank you for waking up so early in the West Coast, unless you traveled over, get close by, and are going to join us on our rooftop tomorrow. But
My pleasure. Thanks.
ladies and gentlemen, I've always told you yesterday, last year, and now today, you're seeing once again notes. I told you to take them because you have to, in order to retain, appreciate, and comprehend. So we have some questions, but I just want to tell you a little bit of what my notes. They're scribbled, right? Giovanni iPad, Monte Carlo simulation, lab to market. Oh my God. How many algorithms can you add, Jim? And how quickly? And how about peer review? And the problem Dr. Tim Akers talked about, all this brain power being put on paper. Where does it go? Ladies and gentlemen, we're literally in the conversation in the midst of being able to thankfully have it recorded so that we can show what works. This kind of conversation does. So let's open this conversation up with questions that are on the board. My name is Keith Moore, here from our Washington, D.C. Federal Procurement Center office and 300 New Jersey Avenue. And it is day 2 of this historic IAEOZ Summit. And we are committed to defining problems that we can shape the solutions to by incorporating a team approach and a commitment to what works. That includes you. So, what is your thoughts, Ellis? I mean, you're like me in the classroom right now. You're just sitting here listening. The only thing I don't see you have is a pen and pad, but I'm sure you took your own notes, right? Okay. Thoughts on behalf of Morgan State University of what you just heard.
Okay, it's an exciting moment. It's an exciting event. We've been working towards this for a few years, Keith. And so Morgan is excited about what has happened today, what happened yesterday, what happened last year. And it portends to a great future. It's interesting that our relationship began mostly with agriculture, has expanded into energy and to the opportunity zones. Right. And so I think that it just opens the horizons for what can happen between bringing Morgan and the team approach with you and Jim and Suresh and others to begin to fix some of the problems that are out there.
Very well said. Suresh, did you go behind screen? Can you hear us? Give me your thoughts from your working relationship with Morgan. And I'm going to thank Morgan because if it wasn't for Morgan, you and I wouldn't know each other.
It looks like Suresh may have gone, lost.
Wiped out. Okay.
Well, he's around. He's there. It looks like he's coming back in. And
Jim, you are the same in terms of course, an introduction, which goes back to what Joanne Hill talked about in terms of MBEs. I don't care what kind of competencies and skill sets and even work ethics that you have working hard in terms of your company and trying to scale that. I'll use a favorite term of mine that's not mine. Relationships are everything. Without relationships, you have no business, said George Fraser. And so, as you know, Ellis has said, we've been working together for quite some time to build the relationship because people need to build trust. And yes, after 20 years at KDM and Associates, I think we have a few trusted advisorship trophies on our mantle because we've worked hard to understand people where they are, where their problems are, and what they need solutions with, and where we can help them with those solutions. Suresh, why don't you tell us really quickly some of your thoughts about the conversation that we had, that you were in, and what the future looks like, particularly in the area of agriculture, because you've really been working on that. Tell us a little bit really quickly about what you've been working on in agriculture with USDA.
Good morning, Keith and Ellis and Jim. Thank you for the opportunity again. We've been working with Foreign Agriculture Service for over 5 years. We have automated their operation from a data perspective at over 100 plus countries, and they have like $90+ million of operational, budget overseas from import, export, travel, leases. If you have a foreign service officers living overseas for agriculture service, we kind of track and manage their expenses and reconcile at the end of the month to the pennies so that the money goes back to the budget. So we've been doing that effectively for the last 5 years. I got excellent CPARs for the last 5 years. We also was recently awarded another 5 years sole source to support the same.
Ladies and gentlemen, and especially those MBEs who are listening, it's so very important to take the notes, because you probably from your notes will have questions that you should be so bold as to call us here at 202-469-3423 and get many of your answers to how do you scale your business like an 8A firm like INA Solutions. But what this conversation also should do for you is to recognize where innovation fits in the classroom, where innovation moves community, and where it matches with your business model, and how you can create what we call strategic teaming relationships, of which we have with TDP. And now we're walking around, feeling like we have a supercomputer, in our, portfolio of services, because we do. And you just heard it here. Jim, you talked about opportunity zones, you talked about research papers, you talked about just simply how to break down problems, and more importantly, come more rapidly with decisions based upon data. That's powerful, because what Ellis has just said, what you've said, and what Suresh has described, government has a need today to find efficiently problem-solving solutions that can make communities thrive better, create jobs where they're sustainable and scalable. And I got to tell you, sitting here in the classroom in the back, I thought about the age gap. I thought about the intimidation factor in these terms that I wrote down that actually can be broken down when you understand it. And you have done that for us by breaking down data in the most simplistic of terms. Tell us how you see, in a macro world here, solutions moving forward globally and locally being addressed.
So thanks for that question, Keith. So when we look at innovation, there are a couple different ways we look at it. And when we look at innovation, sometimes we look at innovation when we're dealing with innovation at the frontier of innovation. And this is where R&D is trying to break new ground. We also get asked a lot of times about people that are innovating and they're looking to catch up. And so we work with many entities in Africa. And they say, we're not looking to reinvent the wheel. We want to find out who's got the wheel now that we can then go license or use. So we want to catch up. And they've done this in Africa, for example, leapfrogging landlines, going right to mobile phones. So that's one way to look at innovation. Are you at the frontier of innovation where you're breaking new ground? And that's why, our one institution is so important. Or you're looking to catch up. Another way to look at innovation is breakthrough innovation versus incremental innovation. So incremental innovation is what we call faster, smarter, cheaper. And relationships aren't being changed in that type of model. But then you also have breakthrough innovation where you're looking to disrupt everything. And that's where relationships get changed. So that's another lens to look at innovation that we do this all the time with our platform and service. The last one is what people ask us all the time. Look, I've got my known unknowns. Help me address my known unknowns. I know I don't know this. Help me address it. But they also say to us, what are my unknown unknowns? What's out there that's an adjacency that could come into my area and either be a positive or negative? So those are some of the lenses we use with our platform to work, spinning up these ecosystems, to work across public-private with that type of framework and lenses.
Very good. We had a question, and I think from my friend Maurice Threat. Zahn, can you bring that question up again, please? We're going to wrap up after this. Maurice, I promise you, we'll get to that question, even if it's in my close. That's when I have all the kind of authoritative positioning to. It was a comment. Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there has been comments and questions. We really appreciate them. Even from yesterday, so many of you just lauded and applauded the conversation that will continue. It's not one-time event here. This is an experience that will not just be, you're here today, we're gone tomorrow until the next time. We are here to stay until we crack the code continuously, community to community, HBCU to HBCU, opportunity zone to opportunity zone. This has been a wonderful way to open up day 2 by talking about a complex subject that many of you now feel, at least no matter what you didn't know, the know that you know what you don't know. You have a source in us, a trusted advisorship in our collaboration, that there's answers that we will work with you on to grow your business, to scale your understanding and information, build your relationships that's necessary to be a part of our rebirth of this nation that's committed to advancing what works. Ellis, it is always a pleasure to see you and talk to you. That's a double whammy.
You too,
Tim,
Keith.
thank you so much. 2 thumbs up, everyone.
Okay.
Keith Moore. Day 2 of the Innovation in Agriculture Energy Opportunity Zone Summit. We are so thankful today to have a returning friend, Greenpoint Research, and a friend indeed. We started with last year in October with companies like Greenpoint Research who said, we want to be a part of the Innovation in Agriculture and Energy Opportunity Zone Summit. And ladies and gentlemen, the presentation that they made, the excitement that they provided to both young students as well as the faculty member, and the discussion around US manufacturing and all the alternative uses of hemp was an amazing conversation. And so today, extremely excited to have David Hausenauer, CEO of Greenpoint Research, back with us. We're so excited to have Robin Podmore, Chief Marketing Officer of Greenpoint Research, located in Jasper, Florida. This company is on the move, and we will continue to be watching it while we hope to be nurturing
the growth, the expansion, the workforce application, the innovation, the research and the science, the health applications, and how partnerships and collaborations can be connected to our universities, especially our HBCU, historically Black colleges and universities, and our minority serving institutions in the emerging area of hemp. Thank you so much, David, for returning. We would love to hear from you on IAEOZ Summit 2021, Day 2. Please take it away.
Thank you very much, Keith. It's very kind words, and we're very excited to be back here and to keep telling the story and to be part of the IAEOZ ecosystem, and hope to continue to add some value and hopefully that we can be informative and help and spark some innovation and some ideas and creativity among the people participating and listening again this year. So thank you for having us back. As Keith said, my name is David Hasenauer. I'm the CEO of Greenpoint Research. We were founded in 2016, and we are hemp biomass originators and processors, but our main focus is producing quality, consistent, cannabinoid-based ingredients in bulk goods. So that means essentially we grow, process, refine the CBD and other value-add cannabinoids out of the industrial hemp. So hemp is a multi-purpose crop, but the highest portion of the value chain right now in this very new market is cannabinoids, and primarily CBD is the one most everybody has heard of at this point, but it is a growing and ever-changing market, and we're excited to be what we believe on the forefront of that cannabinoid market, and looking into it from not just a health and wellness perspective, but composites, manufacturing, and other industrial uses. So we've said we have the stated goal of being, the largest low-cost originator of biomass, and we are on our way to that goal. It's been not without trying times. Obviously, everyone's coming through a unique period here with COVID and returning from COVID and the unique challenges that presents. I know we had lots of issues even, as it relates to P3s and our research partnerships, where we had lack of lab access and lack of ability to go in and carry out some of the critical research. So I know we experienced some of those supply chain and other disruptions with everybody regarding the, the fallout from COVID and the issues that happened. When we say consistent quality ingredient, we really comes down to supply chain. That's one of the crazy things about a totally new industry is there really aren't best practices. We're developing that as we go, and that's why we need the HBCUs and the innovation and the creativity from all the different partners and constituent parties to continue to develop the best processes and practices. So that we have what's called an identity preserved product. So prior to even coming onto the panel last year to speak about this, I had the great fortune of having an audience with a large multinational to discuss the use of CBD and the extracted goods from industrial hemp and in consumer goods. And we got to fly up to New York and started talking to them and learning about it and learning about their intake process and where this was going and looking at it. And all of a sudden I kind of got a deer in the headlights look. We were totally unprepared to work with clients of this caliber. And it wasn't just us, it was the industry as a whole. This is totally new, and the standards large scale multinationals are going to require from a product quality and consistency standpoint for products liability and all the other legal stuff that comes into it that every business owner and operator has to deal with is immense. And having that clarity of supply chain and that consistency of quality, I knew right then and there was going to be a huge mountain to climb, and still is a huge mountain to climb. And one of the places where we're going to need lots of collaboration in the future. And part of that collaboration is people just talking and communicating about what they're doing and what practices are working, and how we're making this industry go forward in a transparent, compliant and inclusive way, so that everyone's taking part in it in an honest and transparent way. And so, looking at those challenges and understanding, hey, we need to develop a truly consistent quality product. How do we do that? Well, okay, so we went out and acquired talent. It's a first two problem. We got brilliant people like Robin and our chief science officer, Matt Turner, who has experience with groups like Cargill and these type of companies that we're looking to do business with as the industry matures. And we see we need a tremendous amount of capital investment. It's a heavy lift. It's not something you're going to go do overnight on a benchtop, laboratory scale process. When you're talking about producing ingredients at scale, thinking about like a company like US Sugar that makes standardized sugar and blended products for, sodas and sugars. World, a standard reaction that's their purchasers can count on every time, has been 100-year process basically for them to develop that. And we're trying to kickstart that in, basically, we've been at it as a industry in the US 6 years. We got 6 years of best practices versus 100 when we're trying to meet the same consumer demands and quality demands that these companies are used to. So that's where opportunity zones come in. We looking around, how are we going to acquire this capital? What are we going to do? We see these programs, and we see a tremendous opportunity to go in and seek investment with these groups and these types of investors. And one of the other things we think about is that it aligns policy and local parties, and it's perfect and right for P3s, and especially with the legislation in place about the inclusion of HBCUs and the Opportunity Zone program, and how to incorporate those R&D centers. And so we figured that's where we wanted to go. And then October of last year, we closed what I believe to be the first investment in a legal cannabis company, federally legal cannabis company, from an Opportunity Zone fund. And we acquired the facility I'm sitting in today. We call it the Cannabis Center of Excellence. We've invested probably $2.5 million here since acquiring it last November, with much more to come. We're just getting started, and there's a lot of development to come here. And we've been able to have great relationships because of the Opportunity Zone program, not only with the investors, but the local stakeholders. And now we're really looking, how do we expand that? How does that correlate out into ground up economic development? One of the goals of Greenpoint and what we do is to grow the communities that we're a part of. If you don't have a community centered approach, you're not going to have a long-term durable business. You have to take place. Your business has to take place within its context, and that context is the community. And so how do we be a part of that? And so looking at HBCUs, we love it. We had previously, before we got going under the current legislation, worked to conduct this research with Florida A&M, an HBCU. Unfortunately, legislation changes and things force us in different routes, but we've since explored stuff with Florida Memorial and other universities about laboratory testing and others. And now we are operational in the U.S. Virgin Islands and working with the University of St. Croix and different opportunities down there, and looking at how it does expand out into nodes and other operations as you develop the supply chain. And I think the HBCUs can and should play a critical role in that, because each has different specialties, and there's a million different parts of this supply chain that need, buttressing and support from bright minds. And so that is why we got into the opportunity zones as a plan of capital acquisition. And we are really just 1 year into the program, but we've made tremendous progress and are very excited for what the future holds as it continues to develop, and we start to see new innovative finance structures as well come into the opportunity zone space. Like I said, we did like the op zone program because it would kind of endear itself to public-private partnerships, and it's something we're experienced with. You have the research that we're doing with Florida State University and some other universities, and looking to expand into other areas, which is a great example. But even more strictly from a economic development standpoint and job creation, partnering here with Hamilton County, Florida, where we're situated today, and receiving some cash incentives to create jobs here, and and accessing that kind of expansion capital for entrepreneurs is critical. And I think again, it's another benefit and best practice, and something that we've had success with that we'd like to convey and help other entrepreneurs, and especially those at HBCUs, kind of follow the mode and the model to get into these kind of pipelines and opportunities to develop new opportunity and new business, especially, like I said, with respect to certain areas in the supply chain that need it, where we see great opportunity like laboratory testing and product testing and product development. But we've had great success here with Hamilton. We're really enjoying working with the parties, and really hope to do more of that as we grow and scale and look to take the next phases of this journey. So, the hemp always gets a lot of credit for being able to put into 25,000 products, and that's true, and it's growing. But each of those products requires a totally different supply chain. The fiber production versus cannabinoid production are vastly different, and then even the post processing, as you get down and do all the different commodities, requires a million different things, even just in the the edible oil sector, which is kind of the cannabinoids and where we would situate ourselves as our primary business. But then looking into different additives and antifungal qualities and stuff into maybe insulation or plyboard, or then you're using the actual hemp fiber and other uses for those different durable commodities and construction goods. Or if it's just the actual pressed cold hemp seed edible oil, or the protein from the milled seed hulls. So all that is there and growing, and there's tremendous growth opportunities in agribusiness here as we scale, and it's really tremendous with some of the supply chain challenges that we've seen come from COVID and the subsequent reactions. It's we're actually price competitive on hemp fiber versus pine fiber and some of these other softwoods for the first time ever. Previously it was so cost inhibitive for hemp, to get to a scale to be in that financial matrix where builders, manufacturers, and other providers would start to look at introducing it into the supply chain. But we have a market opportunity now, and now we just need some bright minds to turn that market opportunity and put some feet to dreams and build the infrastructure and the supply chain around it to make it happen. So that's talking about the supply chain. There's still the four kind of major prongs we look at it. There's genetics and seed breeding and development, and we take place in that. We do specific cannabinoid focus breeding and development to include patenting stuff for sterile hemp, where cross-pollination of the female plants would prevent the CBD or other production. So looking at creative things like in the actual seed and genetics arena. And then you have farming, cultivation, and production is a major area. That's kind of the next part down the chain. And there's a lot of interesting programs there for first-time farmers and minority farmers and other programs where the opportunity to get into agricultural land ownership, land development, and leasing is tremendous, especially in a tax advantage way where a lot of these are situated in opportunity zones and rural areas of opportunity. And then you have the processing, whether it's for fiber, grain, or cannabinoids. After you grow it, you harvest it, you have to turn it into value-add goods. And then kind of that next phase is, what you need to have that nexus between processing and manufacturing is really where I think we're going to see a lot of innovation over the next 24 months in the industry, because all those manufacturers are going with consumer demand, but they need a product that meets their spec to come in from the bulk good manufacturers. And that's really where we have such a disconnect. There's nobody, we're really not at scale. We saw hemp acreage go from in 2018, 60,000 acres in the US to 2019, 180,000 acres in the US to 2020 to 50,000. And this year we only grew 35,000 acres of hemp, which is a short market. We have more demand than that. There an industry lagging, but as a result of that, you have a bunch of small operators and small processors and small growers. So batch consistency and product consistency, when coupled with the variability in genetics in a new industry, the idea that you're going to get a uniform product time and time again, it's highly unlikely in today's market, which is something that has to be solved for market growth and more consumer adoption. So that nexus between the processors and the end product manufacturers is wide open for R&D activity, as well as new business starts. And that's so we touched on a lot of those areas where affordable medicine, where obviously everyone sees CBD and the therapeutic properties, but I think the bigger opportunities and bigger areas for research at this moment, especially considering Epidiolex and some of these companies have already come to market with FDA approved drugs and are going to continue to build moats around those sets of intellectual property, would be the non-consumable uses, where we've seen early proof of concept as a CBD as a use for agricultural pesticides. We've seen some early proof of concept for use as a wash for produce that extends the shelf life of produce 8 to 10 days. That's especially prescient when we're talking about like our partners in the USVI or Puerto Rico that have food security issues where they get lettuce that hits the shelves and they got to eat it in a day or the nutrition starts to fall off. And that that same idea and concept would be aptly applied to food deserts and other areas here in the US where we have, especially again, compounding supply chain issues. So again, not just looking at the affordable medicine, but what other areas outside kind of the mainstream idea of what hemp and cannabis is. Everyone can make gummies and those CBD gummies. We don't need more CBD gummies. We need expansion outside that arena and into some real world mainstream applications to grow the crop and the opportunities. And the best way to do that is always ground up. So again, getting back into the idea of the research nodes. So, with that said, and where these opportunities are going, that's kind of, something I'd really like to talk to you more about, Keith, is, we have this opportunity, we have 25,000 youths, and we need to connect a lot of nodes of research to come in and develop, these products, as you see kind of on the slide, the multi-prong hemp industry. Where do we go from here? How do we make sure that this is inclusive, and how do we make sure not only is it inclusive, but that we use the beneficial aspects of this program to scale R&D and opportunity in a rapid manner. When we're thinking about 100-year deficit from a crop competition standpoint compared to corn or any of these other commodities as inputs. And it really breaks down into kind of these three areas, standards, processes, and policies. And we would intentionally put policies last because standards and processes should, naturally set policies and not the other way around, especially if we're looking for sustainability and inclusion. It should be open to everyone, and then the best and brightest should thrive. And as we go forward, those are the challenges. And I think one of the biggest challenges, as I start to wind this up, it comes from a policy standpoint, and understanding that that 0.03, the 0.3 standard for hemp, and the keeping it below that Delta 9 THC compliance threshold is ultimately arbitrary, and it hurts by and large small producers more than anyone else because of the cost of compliance testing, monitoring, and all the other stuff that goes with it. And to some of it, it's just, again, it's a policy that led standards and processes instead of the other way around, because it's you could go up to a 1% THC threshold and have it still be ultimately non-psychoactive. And the honest truth is that once you process it, you have different variability and concentration of THC throughout the working product, or the work in progress materials that everyone's trying to figure out anyway. So it's just not a feasible approach, and ultimately hurts the smallest operators to the greatest degree. So it's something that needs to be fixed as we start moving towards a new farm bill and looking at how we're going to really expand this industry and make it more open and economically viable for everybody. I'm sorry, you're on mute, Keith.
David, you have done an excellent job, an amazing job, and you may not even be finished, but I wanted to give the audience the opportunity to get a full picture of appreciation for where you started, as you've outlined. That building was there in concept on an architectural rendering, but you're sitting in it now. That's progress. The staff that you have grew, jobs you've created, and the funding that you received, I believe it was from EDA, because in part of the job creation, because of the fact that it was in an opportunity zone. You are on an emerging science and research to commercialization program here. And if you're not one of the largest, you may be one of the first, particularly in that geographic location. What we want to do is make sure that you continue to scale. And so I want to ask you just a couple questions that lead probably us into workforce development and some areas that I'm sure Robin is going to be able to cover for us. But first, let me just say congratulations for putting the pillars in the ground, the roof on the top, and everything that goes on inside that operation. You've made it clear that it hasn't been easy, but you've done with what our most successful entrepreneurs have done. You've taken an idea, you've taken ingenuity, you've taken commitment, and rallied sufficient enough troops. Interestingly and uniquely so, the kind of investors who would embrace your move forward. We want to try to make sure that this translates to not only expanding Greenpoint research, but taking this as a model that we go into government, as you mentioned many times, the Farm Bill. We want to go into certain agencies who can recognize that it's this type of research that ultimately commercialize the solutions that help our manufacturing process and our industrial base. Why don't you share with us, what do you see as, if we could handle this greatest challenge, if we could provide this solution today for Greenpoint Research, how would that propel your operations even that much further?
It's well, all economies come to supply and demand, and creating you know, that nexus between processors and manufacturers, and developing that IP, and funding that research scales the market. And a rising tide lifts all ships. The bigger the market is, the bigger the opportunity is for everybody. And you know, solving those critical issues, and creating those opportunities will just spark the growth to just tremendous levels. You know, we're ultimately, we're in the, you know, the first inning of a 9-inning game, and now's the best time for R&D. You know, there's not only is there the world of opportunity out in front of you, but there's also no detractors. There's no one that says, no, you know, we don't think you're right. Like it, you know, and you get to be able to do some of the stuff we're doing in agriculture, and what we're doing with hemp, and some of the other stuff we're doing, you know, in mainstream agriculture. You know, we would never get a chance to try it. There's not those opportunities, because, you know, even if it's the wrong practice, they've adopted it as the best practice. And sometimes 100 years of history are you know, so it is great in that it is open. There are no limitations or detractors that you know you would have in some of the more mature industries, and so the speed at which we can grow, and the impact with which these research dollars and policy changes can have in a short term is tremendous compared to what you would see in other segments of agriculture. So you know, focus the effort here. We have, well, you know, set practices in these other industries, develop a new industry. We have a totally new commodity for the first time, you know, definitely in my lifetime. I can't think of the last time a commodity just kind of popped up overnight. And so that's a kind of a fallacy. I shouldn't say it just popped up overnight. We've been using it for 10,000 years, but it became legal overnight. And
Right.
you know, let's sponsor that research. Let's give these, you know, kids the opportunity to go out and create something new, and create, you know, an opportunity not only for themselves, but an opportunity to create a better world for everybody.
Tell us how the HBCU can follow your model and even connect with your model as you've leveraged opportunity zones, because that's the basic foundation by which a partner becomes a more viable partner.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So I think one unique thing is every HBCU should have a foundation, you know, and the level to which they're capitalized, you know, might vary in great degree depending on the size of the institution, but wherever it's at now is almost irrelevant because of the opportunity that you have from an investment standpoint, and the ability to acquire some of these things, especially looking at some of the more, you know, intricate parts of the op zone rule. And I'm a very mediocre attorney, so I'm definitely not offering legal advice or saying that this is 100% true, but I am pretty sure that any building that's been abandoned for 10 years or more, or any property that's been abandoned for 10 years or more, even if it's in an opportunity zone or not, qualifies for opportunity zone treatment, especially for the inclusion as opportunity zone property for an opportunity zone business. So looking at people that have agricultural land that they're not using, that they could contribute to an HBCU foundation as an in-kind exchange for an OZ fund, and the ability to, you know, acquire distressed assets under, you know, tax advantage situations only. And then, you know, once you have assets, then that's assets are opportunity for, especially for young entrepreneurs and the students within those organizations. You know, that's where, you know, you go and look to leverage those and turn those assets into Sorry, I'm getting some lights flickering, but that's where the acquisition of that capital stack and helping create access to capital because of the unique regulations here is something that I think is very valuable for the HBCUs.
So, David, are you saying that Greenpoint Research is in a position to actually come to a president and their board of directors and provide consultative ideation around what their possibilities and even probabilities could be? And during that process, you would probably find yourself assessing your own recognition of whether that university's readiness is for, to be a viable partner, or even a research partner. Is that an approach you're taking?
I mean, it's not one we haven't really looked at consultation as a part of our business model, but rather, just an open conversation. I'd be happy to sit down with any university president and discuss, steps that I believe they could take to make their university both more investment friendly, from a foundation standpoint, especially with the flexibility these foundations have to invest in startups and other companies, and how they could create, a really interesting program given, the newness of both hemp opportunity zones and everything to incentivize investment in the university and opportunity for the students that would like to start businesses.
Okay, now that's a tremendous incentive. I want a last question on your opportunity zone phase of where you are now. Maybe give us an insight on how that either was structured, where you are now as it relates to the legislation, and where the legislation is allowing investors to still at Greenpoint Research enjoy up till I guess 5 more years. And in that 5-year period, what's your projection of activities that will ensure the ROI that was the baseline, and then maybe even grow that ROI for your investor community?
Absolutely. So, the one thing is by re-headquartering and situating the operations where we have both here and in the U.S. Virgin Islands, is all of our critical activity and the bulk of our employment opportunities happen within opportunity zones, which is a critical factor in the compliance. So, not only setting ourselves up for the investment and the opportunity that we've already had, but as we go forward and that clock's ticking and the people exit more investments and other areas and look to allocate capital, I fully expect opportunity zones to be a big factor in future capital allocation and tax planning for high net worth individuals, especially looking at a macro policy area. We're probably going to a higher tax jurisdiction, most likely. There've been rumors to move the capital gains tax as high as 45%. And if there's any indication that that's going to happen in the next 5 years, I think the amount of capital that you'll see come into opportunity zones, opportunity zone funds, is going to be extremely substantial. I wouldn't begin to put a dollar value on it because it's I wouldn't begin to be able to ascertain the amount of unrealized capital gains that are in existence today, but I'm sure it's in the trillions if I had to guess. So the potential market and investment market is vast and growing, and so for us, it's coming up with initially with that planning and that idea that you're going to be able to situate your business in a compliant manner. And again, I think that's one of the advantages of the HBCUs and being able to have those nodes, because it's opportunities for where you can get those critical metrics of job creation and employment numbers and asset valuation in those key zones. And even better is, especially from an entrepreneur. So if I'm speaking for a student at an HBCU starting that business, when you look to exit your business in 5 years and you're situated in an opportunity zone, well, just on base math, if we stay at the 23.5%, your business in and of itself is going to be at least 23.5% more valuable than someone that's similarly situated as you, not in an opportunity zone, because the investor that's putting his dollars in you is getting to take a tax savings, so and defer a gain. So when you're looking at setting it up, that's part of the consideration and part of the tremendous opportunity for HBCUs and students at them.
Would that be your same pitch for minority farmers, or would it be something customized and very different?
It would be a little different. I think you would still want to target opportunity zones, because you're seeing the aggregation of agricultural land by venture capital firms increase significantly in the last 5 years. So as an acquisition target, if you're starting a business, you want to have a exit or some kind of capital event on the back end of that. I think you can look at some of the same program, but more so, I think what you're going to really want to do is you got to achieve economies of scale. And there's these first-time farmer loans and minority farmer loans are tremendous economic vehicles, but they would be best served if you had a co-op where you could find a large tract in an opportunity zone and divide it up and farm it together and take advantage of economies of scale. New farm starts are expensive. And again, talking about large multinationals that have hundreds of thousands, if not millions of acres. Wow. In the U.S., so on a center pivot in agriculture, it spins in a circle, and the part where the water doesn't spray in the square field, we call them dry corners. There's big companies that have more dry corners than total acres of hemp cultivated in the U.S. So it's a price point at some of these well-established multinationals, and that's why we've seen the consolidation in agriculture. But especially, looking again, HBCU graduates, most HBCUs, or a lot of HBCUs, are land grant universities and have significant agricultural presence. So looking at how to set up a system to pair, like-minded graduates from these agricultural programs to create these co-ops and create these farm starts that have enough critical mass to be price competitive. Would be interesting. It would be quite an undertaking, but just from a like I said, a unit cost, because it's even like we've looked at it, we would prefer to farm with partners who already have existing farms. We've tried to do new farm starts, and we've tried to experience that as Greenpoint, and ultimately the cost has proven difficult. It's been a tough battle. These guys that have it's just a different ball game when you're thinking of preparing land. So that would be my bit of advice. Is definitely the agricultural production side is very hard, very capital intensive to a much greater degree than any other parts of the supply chain, and it's something that is most definitely going to be best accomplished with a strength in numbers approach.
So this is literally the CEO of Greenpoint Research reaching out to minority farmers and indicating a new market opportunity and a strategy that could be very successful without much question of its success. I'm hearing that, I'm seeing that. You feel that literally is a realistic part of your corporate commitment and culture?
We try to be open to anybody that wants to have a conversation about participating in the hemp industry, and I try to give them honest advice. That's most you've been around a lot where people would just try and sell anybody seeds and tell them to go get into the industry, but I don't want to do that. I don't want to ever tell somebody to go do something that I think they're going to fail at. But if I can provide value add advice and give some market insight and a plan of attack now, I'm almost a decade into the industry. I would like to have that conversation with anybody that's willing.
Oh, that's fantastic. Robin, there's just enough room for you to share about your perspectives on the workforce development side. Really excited how last year you really saw the opportunity
for online training, and especially with young people and students like those of Joyce Matthews here at Fairfax Public Schools. And now that I think she's on a retired basis, she's probably available to make sure that these sessions with young people start early. And why don't you share with us a few of your thoughts of what you just heard as a summary, and talk a little bit more about the workforce as we wrap up.
Sure, absolutely. No, so David covered a lot of the topics already, which was great. The industry is growing. There's so much opportunity for everyone. And three of the key areas where I see opportunity for collaboration with Greenpoint across the whole spectrum of the innovation ecosystem that you're helping facilitate. So one is obviously innovation, research and development. There's so much opportunity out there. I would advocate for people to consider us, consider hemp as you're thinking about your product roadmap. Hemp is not only a product, but it's a material. And so from some of my past work at in partnership with Oak Ridge National Laboratory, we worked with a lot of bio-derived materials, especially in composites, so we could see what was happening with bamboo. And those conversations are still continuing. One of the challenges we had, frankly, with composites and some other materials was the fact that they are not necessarily, the standards aren't out there. So for manufacturing, so getting those integrated into the standards, definitely think about that. So as people are writing grants and reading grants, think about all the materials that can help complete this task or whatever the end goal is. So that's definitely one piece of advice I would have. I would also say, think about hemp as a product, think about hemp as a material, think about hemp as an employer. There are about 321,000 employed in the legal cannabis industry right now. And that was in the Washington Post this week. By the time this actually airs, it may be more. And my best guess, honestly, is that it's probably a multiplier of that, because the way it was calculated, it doesn't include all of those in manufacturing who are utilizing hemp. So we do have some halo effect there. So thousands are already employed in the hemp industry. I would also say, think about hemp as a catalyst, as an economic driver. So when we look across the spectrum of what happened in the last 2 years, with COVID alone, there was a lot of conversation out there about commercial real estate. We saw people working from home. We wondered what's going to happen to corporations. And we did see a big decline in people working out of offices. We saw things that were shut down. But you know what else we saw? We saw a lot of CBD shops opening up. We saw a lot of people opening up dispensaries in states where it's legal. And we saw cannabis taking the place of some of those businesses. I mean, this is just adaptation at its best, really. People taking opportunity of real estate that was open in order to look at a product and a multitude of products actually that are interesting to people and that help people. So those are some of the things I would say. I would also say, think about how we can work together. This industry, it's small, but it's growing. And as David mentioned, there's opportunity for everyone out there. This space is plenty big enough, and I think it's only going to grow. David mentioned this is one of the only times in history we may have an opportunity to really help facilitate the growth of a new commodity. That's huge.
Yes.
So David mentioned in his lifetime, and I know people that work in our company and work with our company that are have been in these industries for years and years, and they say this is one of the reasons that they're attracted to this industry. Is because they said, we can't reinvent cotton. We can't reinvent peanuts. This is kind of a once in a lifetime opportunity. And we definitely believe that.
Ladies and gentlemen, this has been Greenpoint Research. Robin Pate, Chief Marketing Officer, and David Hasenauer, CEO. Two people that represent a company that's fully committed to opportunity zones, fully committed to saving the world when it comes to health and a product that actually could make a difference in one's health, and also to open up the doors of research in a way that so much innovation can pour through and create new opportunities in the industrial market, in the education market, and also clearly in the consumer market.
And I'm just so proud to have an association here at the IAEOZ Summit, KDM and Associates, and we are certainly positioned to help minority businesses, minority farmers, HBCUs, and those in opportunity zones to come to a Greenpoint research for the point of facts of how to get started, of how they can partner and scale, and who knows else, the new opportunities that we can create together. I'm so looking forward to it. And Robin, thank you so much. David, thank you so much for, once again, year 2 being a part of this. We can't wait for this to air globally. We can't wait for this to be shared by you all and your stakeholders and your social media. And so that more people can learn not only about Greenpoint research, but the process to engage the supply chain so that we literally create jobs and open up minds. And thank you so much for partnering with us on that.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. It's always an honor to work with you and a pleasure. And we look forward to communicating with anyone who wants to learn and grow. We're always happy to help. We're a very friendly audience. And again, definitely committed to the success of all of the people that we're working with this group and in the industry.
Thank you, Robin.
Thank you.
Hello, Robin.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing dandy, great, wonderful. And wow, I didn't know we had talked so much about so many important things, huh?
Absolutely. No, there's no shortage of topics.
Well, I'd like to take the audience around with you and I on a tour. It won't be the tour that we talked about with our dear friend, Joyce Matthews, who still we're going to find a way and a day to get some of her students out there, even in her retired state. So Joyce Matthews, be on the look out for your calendar and date to come to Florida with some students, or we just might have to put it online, which is our part of our new normal. But I wanted to take a moment. That was just a wonderful total overview. I mean, not complicated, but profound in terms of what David did, explaining really every aspect of the business. Would you say that 1% or 5% of America really understands that the fullness of hemp research from that perspective?
I would say less than 1% because we're still learning every day.
Well, that's exactly why I want to go and do a tour. And I want to start with the government, because I think you would agree, if I'm speaking out of turn, then please correct me on screen, that they set standards. Like NIST at the Department of Commerce set standards on innovation. One thing that I've noted you had talked about is that there's really no standards for hemp. So let's go to NIST. We could take a trip to Denver, or we can go out to, Maryland, right? If we go out to Maryland, we probably need to go by the USDA, right? Because there's a relevancy in standards. And then if we went to Denver, we probably can fly over easily to Kansas City. May end up in Arkansas, where the farmers really are, minority farmers, right? A lot of them. Mississippi.
Absolutely.
We're still at hemp research. How much do we know? And what works to be able to create jobs? What works to be able to socialize the education process to minority farmers who are your growers, who are part of the supply chain, a very pivotal one, and our workforce centric when it comes to this product, because it is a product, as you said.
And then we go to Department of Labor. We got to come here to DC and let's have a conversation with the Department of Labor. Bring in all the right people. Who else would you bring to that conversation from a science and research standpoint and the data that you know and are aware of? What other agency would you say needs to be a part of that?
Well, first of all, you gave a great tour.
Okay.
That's definitely fairly inclusive. However, there's more. So when we think about hemp research, there are a couple of different avenues we can think about. So one is hemp in itself. So the genetics, the products, the process, et cetera. And then two, I would say hemp as part of a different ecosystem. So thinking about this in manufacturing, just because I spent a few years on that side. So from that side, I would say we should also go talk to the Department of Energy. We should talk to the Department of Defense. They're doing a lot of work in composites that I think is highly relevant right now. In a lot of news articles you've seen right now, talking about climate change and environmental factors, it's been said that anything that's currently made with plastic can be made with hemp. And I wouldn't go so far to say anything just because there are different properties there. However, there's a lot that can be done with the United States supply chain where hemp could be a resource. But part of our challenge is, as I mentioned previously, the standards. So the standards aren't there. So when we think about research and development, it's making sure that hemp is at the forefront. And a lot of times research projects are written to include very specific materials. And I would just say include bio-derived, so flax, bamboo, and hemp, just being very inclusive of these products. So I would just say be inclusive with the research that's being done, and then also think outside the scope of current projects.
You know, you just really threw me for a loop, because it would be the Department of Defense that I would be say, if you were to ask me on a question, what would be the department that would not be connected to hemp? And that would be the Department of Defense. Can you please help a brother out, if you will, and help me understand where the connection, the linkage with the Department of Defense?
Sure, I can think of 2 or 3 off the top of my head. So it's not top of mind necessarily. However, from a materials research perspective, there's a lot the Department of Defense manufactures, and there's a lot of composite use with the Department of Defense. So I would say composites and manufacturing for Department of Defense. One of the second things I would say would be affordable medicine and wellness alternatives. So a lot of people who are in the military do have different wellness needs. So whether it is physical or mental, and there's a lot out there in terms of hemp and its derived components and the derived products that can help. In fact, if you listen to David's story, one of the reasons he actually founded the company is because he was in the Army and he had a foot injury, and they prescribed him opioids, and he saw that there was potentially a different opportunity out there with legal cannabis and with cannabis options. And so he wanted to look at what the pathway could be. So I would say materials with composites, medicinal, and then also workforce development. A lot of people, this industry is huge. We're going to employ a lot more over the coming years. And so there are a lot of people who may be coming out of the service who are looking for what are those next opportunities from a workforce development perspective. And so we can think about those returning servicemen and women and what they might want to do next. We can think about them as we think about training programs and what are those on-ramps and off-ramps, frankly, for various different career stages that they're in. So there's a lot there, and that's just Department of Defense.
You talked about 320,000 employees. Doesn't sound like a whole lot in the scheme of, well, maybe it is. I mean, where do you see it scaling to based upon all of these different applications for the product and the science?
So that's the number that was from the Washington Post. Frankly, I think that is very small. I think it's probably more, but I think a lot of people, well, one thing is a lot of the NAICS codes are probably not there in terms of what industry do you work in. So some people may work in agriculture or manufacturing and they're specifically in hemp, but they're categorized differently. So this is just really an aggregate of what was proposed there. I think it's a multiple of that.
What would you say to a minority farmer and an HBCU to dispel the myths or their own experiences in this recent emerge of hemp? Because we're kind of associated closely with one of the voices of minority farming, and hemp has not been a profitable process or project for them at this point.
Absolutely. It's very hard. So one, I would say, please come work with us. Please join the industry. It is a friendly industry. And a lot of the stigma in the past of working in cannabis, it's changed now. I mean, it is definitely different. Some people are skeptical because of what they've seen before. So number one, I would say get involved. It's a good opportunity going forward economically. And two, I would say there's a lot to learn. There are a lot of resources out there. So you can't go into it thinking, I know David mentioned some of the stumbling blocks that we've come across, and that's absolutely true. So I would say there are obstacles in the way, but that's not HBCUs, that's everybody. So I would say partner up with people who are interested in growing. There's so much room for everyone to be successful, and we would love to be a part of that success ecosystem for HBCUs and anyone interested in joining this community.
What should the department, let's go by the Department of Education, because we haven't finished our tour, because I'm going to ask you, where should we end up? What is this? Should this be in the classroom, and at what phase and age, stage, grade should hemp science, research, and all of its associated fields end up in the classroom?
I mean, honestly, at a young age, I would say elementary and middle school, it's okay to destigmatize. It's a plant, so it's okay to destigmatize. It is a plant. It can be used for sweaters and industrials and a lot of things like that. So I think the less we stigmatize the plant and its properties, the more we're going to have open adoption of the plant and all of the products we can produce from it.
I don't want to bypass, and this is a personal, the Department of Energy, whether it's in Oak Ridge that you make reference to, or the other federal labs. Talk about that for a second, because we will go together to the Department of Energy.
Absolutely. So from an energy perspective, I think I mentioned I've worked with that group before, and the agency has a lot of research already happening in bio-derived materials. But a lot of it is, how can we make process and manufacturing more competitive, more energy efficient? Residential and commercial building is one of the biggest uses of energy in this country. And there are a lot of things we can do to reduce some of that energy usage. So we can build products with hemp that use less energy. We can reduce our carbon footprint with some of the products that we're producing. And sometimes it's a long-term gain. So people have to make sure they're thinking about it in the long term versus short term. These projects and the benefit are not it's not a 3-month project or a 6-month project. We're looking at the long-term gain.
So with that being said, and I clearly understand it, I see some really social behavior. Tim Akers at Morgan State spoke about that, the connection between epidemiology and criminology. I mean, let's just park that there, not because I bluff the terms, but you got my idea that you dumbing down, destigmatizing is so important, which then seems to take me back to standards, right? We have to create the baseline of a universal understanding to move in the direction of adoption, because the adoption, we're past the 9 months of that, because I think we birthed this industry. So we're on the ground floor. All those things that I just said are a fact, right? it's not going to go backwards, right? We're not going to. Okay. So,
No, absolutely not. People just need to be educated. So they need to understand what the difference is between industrial hemp, where you're growing a plant for industrial uses, versus some of the wellness uses where people are using the oils right now, and it's part of their wellness.
So does NIST see this as a, do they see this as a policy priority?
I wouldn't say it's a policy priority. I think they have it on their radar, but there's definitely room for improvement in terms of where we can take this with their adoption and standards.
Perhaps they are busy with AI right now, right?
Absolutely.
But AI in agriculture, can hemp be squeezed into that?
Absolutely. In fact, the last presentation you gave, I'm like, this is a perfect lead in, just because there's a lot we can do in terms of predicting the sunlight and plant viability and long-term product viability.
Okay, last question. We're wrapping it up. And I've loved this section so much. Thank you, first of all, Greenpoint Research for being one of our IAEOZ Summit 2021 sponsors. But let me ask you if, and that I definitely want you to come back, join us as we close, as we talked about. But let me ask that, is the Commerce Department and HUD, you just mentioned manufacturing, you mentioned residential construction, et cetera. That's an agency. We can't get back on the bus and get out of here without going to HUD too, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you look at the scale that's happening right now, there's a lot of housing that's being built. Are we thinking about innovative materials? Are we thinking about the right materials? The materials that are available now in this country versus outsourcing, so we can get these homes available for people sooner. So we don't want to be a disruption. We want to make sure that we are aiding to the supply chain and not impacting negatively. We want, like I said, we want people in houses quicker.
So affordable houses, and with these disasters, we need that. So I'm hearing also USDA forestry, right? Architectural, building materials, energy efficiency, U.S. manufacturing. Okay, we have a lot of work to do, and this is why we are going to be here for at least another 3 years. The Lord says the same, as my dad used to say, and the creek don't rise. And so any other closing comments for this particular powerful presentation that Greenpoint Research has made?
Overall, just want to thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the opportunity. A lot of the work is happening outside of this conference, so this is a good opportunity to spread the word. But I would say get in touch. There's a lot of opportunity out there. There's a lot of work ahead, and we're not afraid of that. We are excited about that because that means opportunity for everyone. So give us a call, and thank you for the opportunity.
I want to echo that, ladies and gentlemen. Greenpoint Research, as each one of our panelists find their way as we find them, to be in a collaborative, unified team approach to pursuing what works. And so that's what makes this fun. And we look forward to our next this afternoon. Actually, we're going to hear from someone you know soon, Will Walker. And we'll leave the opportunity zone discussion for our close. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. This has been Robin Pate, the Chief Marketing Officer for Greenpoint Research down in Florida, that has an amazing opportunity zone economic development funded project that is focused on partnering for research in hemp, creating jobs, making workforce development and profitability for minority farmers a real thing, not just a conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Well, welcome everybody. My name is Will Walker, and it's a pleasure to be able to speak to you today and show you some of the things that I have found in my 28 years of venture capital and private equity experience in my own personal life. A lot of it has been innovative and impactful from the Hall family office, a 70-year-old family office. I've worked with hundreds of family offices and other high net worth investors and funds out there in my 30-year experience in the private equity world. So one of the things that's really been innovative and impactful, both socially and profitably, is through the Hall Labs, Hall Family Office, and Hall Venture Fund. So I'll start there because operating businesses in the opportunity zone format are one of the least understood and most impactful, both from a job standpoint, a renovation standpoint, and also a profitability standpoint. So with that, we'll get started here, and I'll use the Hall family office and what they've created as a formula to show you what's possible, probable, that's happening all over the country and actually all over the world in operating businesses in an opportunity zone format. So we move to the next slide. That'd be great. Here's a disclaimer that I must throw up there by legal means. So we'll, at least we've shown it. It's on camera here. And hopefully that will be acceptable. So I think we can move on through that. So Experience Hall. Hall is an opportunity zone fund that stands out of the pack. You can read kind of this for yourself. It's much more than just a tech accelerator. Brings 20 years experience as a modern day Edison Labs for operating companies that have big social impact, renovation, social impact, execution in a tangible technology products division. So when you think of tangible technology, you think about smarter cities, smarter homes, smarter cars. Even in Hall, we've turned out smarter toilets, which we'll get to a little bit in the future slides here. But all of it is done on a 130-acre opportunity zone campus that stands in northern Utah. It's quite productive, it's quite experienced, and we'll go through the slides here. And it is tax advantaged, so it helps all of the companies, projects, and that are going on out there in different opportunity zones, whether it be in Baltimore, whether it be in Sacramento, California. So we'll keep showing examples of that. Go to the next slide here. Opportunity Zone program offers 3 tax incentives for investing in low-income communities to qualified opportunity. And you can look over some of these 3 examples yourself that I have up here, because that was an old steel mill, which we'll get to later, that was defunct. It was the largest employer through the first of the century. As steel and iron and all of that declined, it was one that was left in defunct, almost zero jobs and zero production. Now we've renovated that old steel mill on this 130-acre opportunity zone campus, and we employ over 750 full-time employees, and 200 of those are full-time scientists and engineers. So it's quite productive, but on top of that, we've created over 3.6 million jobs outside of Provo, Utah, all over the country in different other opportunity zones because of the companies and the tangible technology that we have perpetuated and grown and accelerated. So here we have an example you can hold for 10 years. An investor can be and take advantage of it. Example 2, an investor holds the zero fund stake for 7 years. And example 3, in operating companies that qualify for the 1202 tax code, the hold is only 5 years. So it gives the investor, the limited partner or the investor, many options for to take a capital gains, to take a different exemption. It also gives them a chance to take money out, partial money out, leave it in for much less than 10 years. And many investors that I speak to on a regular basis only think that the opportunity zones are used for real estate. And that's the ones that understand that. They don't realize that there is a tremendous vehicle here that can be utilized through the opportunity zone format and the 1202 tax code for a 5-year hold, not a 10-year hold, and also for amazing profits, which we'll get to. And Hull's a great example of that and the different returns they've had over many exits and transactions. And of course, the job creation, jobs that the Hull Foundation of companies have created. So we can keep moving here. Next slide, social impact snapshot. Job growth and the gig economy support sustainability and climate change. These are some of the initiatives that really the Opportunity Zone operating businesses were meant for. And certainly the Hull project has achieved. Transportation and automotive analytics. We have the Vanderhall, a very strong electric vehicle, profitable electric vehicle coming out. And we have vehicles on the road today through the Vanderhall Motor Works company that is part of Hull, manufactured right here in the United States under an Opportunity Zone format. Communication, power and energy solutions such as Surefire chips are currently being used. One of our companies being used all over the Facebook campus, big client. We have several other huge clients, and one of our partners in that installing partners is Johnson Controls, which is one of the biggest worldwide installer of communication and power and energy solutions in the world. They do Microsoft, General Motors, Federal Express. I could go on, and they've chosen Surefire, our chips, out of the Hull Opportunity Zone campus to utilize. So quite a statement there. Adaptive multi-use building and smart home solutions. We have several companies, including Smarter Home, that have identified smarter garage, smarter windows for energy saving and more efficient home green energy and home solutions in a smarter home all over the country. It's currently being in commercial use in Texas, Michigan, all over the place in builders with our adaptive building company and also our smarter home company. Predictive healthcare monitoring safety solutions. This is a biggie for me and many people, as we have medic.io that's very strong in the innovative smart toilet department. So many of you can laugh at that, but we predict 85 preventable diseases out there through the medic toilet. And it's quite an innovative solution. It has over 80 patents issued on it already, about 70 pending. It's a tremendous data for real-time data on something that people have to use in their home, in their hospital, in their assisted living conditions, anywhere that they are on a day-to-day, week-to-week basis. So it's quite an incredible, innovative piece of technology, tangible technology, again, in the healthcare department. That's medic. So we'll keep moving here. This just sample companies of what I was just talking about. The Vanderhall is currently a profitable company in the electric vehicle department and the power sports department. Medic.life, that's the toilets I was just talking about. Encourage everybody to look at medic.life at the website there and check it out. If you would like to learn more, then I can send a sample deck or forward a sample deck through Dave and Zahn in the group here. Smarter Home is the green sustainable home, very profitable. Also, includes smarter garage and many other sustainable solutions for the home itself. Bacon is a very interesting temporary help company that I'm very proud of, because we're serving 5 cities right now, and Bacon has doubled and tripled in revenue in the last year. I don't have to tell anyone out there how needed and necessary it is to find temporary workers that can become permanent workers in today's workforce, regardless of what company or what project is ongoing. And Bacon is a differentiator, a patented differentiator in that particular space. Again, this is new innovative technology that can help all the opportunity zone area companies and areas grow and thrive, both for profit, jobs, and sustainability. So Bacon has doubled and tripled in revenue. We'll go into 5 or 10 more cities here in probably the next 12 months. SureFi is the chips I was talking about, used by Facebook, and Johnson Controls is the partner there. Very innovative, also in revenue. This replaces the last mile in wiring into hospitals, buildings, homes. It's really, really, truly innovative. There's over 40 patents issued. You'll notice I keep saying that because I'm an old private equity venture capital guy, and when patents are issued, I pay attention. When there's more than one, then that really gets my motor running. And hopefully it means something to the audience here too. So SureFi is definitely on the profitable, productive hit parade. Hall Logic, another one that's really technology that supports autonomy driving and all of the new wave issues that are coming up with hands-free driving and other in vehicles all over the country. Comfort Wall, another one with prefabricated wall and flooring and heating and cooling through different techniques and solutions. Again, multi-patented. And Real Chip, another integrated circuit solution for extreme environments. Again, heavily patented and in revenue. So this is just a sample of some of the innovative work that the Hall Family Office and Hall Venture Partners has undertaken and produced, along with many of their other exits, which we'll get to here in a minute. But this is supporting different projects, social impact and innovative projects all over the country in opportunity zones, whether it be in building and real estate and in these different spaces. So next slide, Zahn, if you would. So this is the Innovative Campus and Tech Hub. You know, this is a really strong look at just one of our many buildings on our 130-acre opportunity zone campus. And it's definitely a prototype for many other areas of the country. We've already been visited by top officials from Michigan, Ohio, Arizona, many top learning centers such as Massachusetts, UMass, Arizona State, UCLA. Or proven technology hub and campus in an opportunity zone, such as what Hall has produced here in Provo, Utah. So you keep going, Zahn, it'd be great here. Here's what we turned in from the old steel mill, what it turned into. You can see the junk down at the bottom. This is the 1900s, where we created thousands of jobs, had a big economy. All that came to a crashing halt in 1966, and hundreds of acres of industrial just sat abandoned and discarded, as you can see on the right slide here. So this is typical of many of the things that are going on out there for opportunity zone areas to really put money to work and become productive through not only real estate ventures, but operating companies as well to sustain those ventures and add to the jobs in the community and the sustainability of the areas. So next slide, if you would. So Provo, Utah, Opportunity Zone, Innovation, Growth in Campus, more than 130 acres. We employ over 700 people. Like I said, we've created over 3.6 million jobs. This is why HUD utilizes our experience and our prototype to show other areas what they could do in the operating business zone of opportunity zones in their area. And certainly we want to help perpetuate that. So we keep going here. This is just why invest in Provo, Utah. There's many other areas in opportunity zones that are fertile, like Provo or Utah itself, but it is helpful that it is around a major learning institution, Brigham Young. That's why so many other learning institutions with lots of talent visit our campus and want to align themselves with the Hall formula. So we just got noticed by the Milken Institute up there, sorry, as the 2021 ranked best performing cities by the Milken. We beat out Austin, Texas, and Boise, Idaho, and every other booming area in opportunity zones to get this award. And that's because of the jobs we've created, which is great and a real honor. Okay, next slide. Thank you. I think we've already covered this, you know, with the Milken Institute in Provo, Utah, so you can see the building and the jobs creation there. Keep going. Yeah, we keep going through the index here. That's one of our cars that we produce. And let's see what our next slide is here. Keep going. Next slide, if you would. Hall Labs history. I covered most of this, but it's really a modern day Edison Labs. And we're looking to recreate this all across the country in opportunity zones, of course, or support it. There's the founder, Tracy Hall, who put this together. He was actually a professor at BYU, and he invented the man-made diamond in the 1950s. And then he took over that old steel mill and turned it into a very productive modern day Edison Labs. And it happens to be right smack in the middle of an opportunity zone. So you talk about all roads kind of combining together, or all elements combining to make such a once in a lifetime, but duplicatable model for operating companies, profitable, sustainable operating companies in an opportunity zone format. This was it. So next slide, if you would. These are just some of our many exits that we've had over since 1955. I'm not going to date myself, but that's almost when I was born. But regardless, you can see multiple exits from different inventions that have been patented and licensed and exited throughout the years here, and why we're still going strong here. Over 800, there's actually over 1,200 patents issued, filed now, and over 1,000 issued. So some of these numbers are old because our exits and our profitability and sustainability and job growth is continuing to just boom right now. So these are just some of our many exits and inventions. Could keep going. There we go. External return of capital. I utilize this because this shows active investors out there what's possible in both the fixed income fund at 12%, but the 127% IRR proof of concept venture investment that Hall has produced basically for the last 20 years, not just till 2016. This is a little old in that respect. We actually have a historic return of 8.3x. That's 8.3x, which is at the top tier of any venture fund out there in historical returns of any kind, whether it be in an opportunity zone or not. So we're very proud of that, and so are most of the government agencies out there, and EIG and the big think tank that's associated with opportunity zones. They all are very familiar and work with Hall closely to utilize our experience and our proof of concept of what we're putting forward. Long history of success. These are again some of the history of success. Our last exit you see down there at the bottom, SES Energy, we had a 17.7x return. Again, this is in a tax advantaged opportunity zone. So whether you take advantage of the 5-year system through 1202 or the 7 to 10 years in a OZ format, this gives you lots and lots of reasons why you want to look at operating companies that are highly risk mitigated and patented intangible technology that can serve the whole world and the rest of our country in opportunity zone functionality and processes. So next slide, if you would. This current, I think we've gone through most of this. This is just some of the companies. There's several more that we've had in profitable exits. And you can see here are shared up at the top. One of the reasons why we're so sought after and use Hall as a model for opportunity zones in operating businesses is because we have a shared resource process. So imagine being a company that's on our campus that goes next door when they need a patent attorney and gets help right away, when they need a scientist or top engineer in both chemical or mechanical, electrical, and gets that help that they need or work on any kind of a problem. 3D printing, they can go next door and get it. You need a website built, go next door and get it. There's so many reasons why this works for so many companies in this type of format, in a shared resource format. It's not even funny. And I encourage everybody to get a deck of our and a virtual tour of our campus, excuse me, and take a look for yourself, and then apply it to your area or your project if and when it makes sense. So next slide, please. We've covered this Innovation and Growth Campus. We've covered this pretty well. You see the companies down there that are located right now that I'm proud of: Medic Life, Surefire, Utility, Vendor Hall, Adaptive, on and on. But I think we've already covered this slide. Hall Venture Partners, I think we've demonstrated enough of this. Just one of our many buildings there that has innovation and companies under growth and under our supervision. As you can see, it's really this clean. I've been on hundreds of companies, evaluating them personally before investing in them myself, and I've never seen a better run or cleaner operation on all levels, experienced operation than the Hall opportunities. Just some of our upper management here. You can take a look. There is me on the right. There's David Hall. He's the patriarch. He's actually the son of Tracy Hall, the inventor of the man-made diamond that was so successful. And Dave Coons, Matt Van Dyke, just some of my managing partners here at the Hall management team, and then some of our other team members as well. So it is a team, but this is just some of our over 750 employees that the Opportunity Zone has really led to having that old steel mill, rundown steel mill that was defunct and employed nobody, to what we have today. So pretty encouraging, pretty amazing. So next slide, if you would. These are just our companies. We've been through this. The Vander Hall is certainly exciting and profitable. Medic.life, Smarter Home, Bacon, Surefire, Hall Logic. All of these are either in revenue or about to go in revenue, and are prime examples over the next 2 to 5 years, not 2 to 10 years. These companies, whether through public or private exits, are on the fast track to continue the exit and give investors with capital gains many options that they don't have in a traditional Opportunity Zone fund that just caters to real estate. Those are good. This is just a great diversified way to really give yourself options if you are an investor, accredited investor out there that has capital gains, to create a diversified portfolio and take advantage, and also help expand the Opportunity Zone pie, because all these products and services help many other areas in other Opportunity Zones in all types of spaces that are out there. So very proud of them. And if we can have the next slide, Zahn, I think we're just about, these are just some of the companies at the Silicon Slopes that work with us at Hall and are in Utah that we constantly are in touch with. I'm sure many of you recognize a lot of them. There's more coming, as Utah and many other areas in Opportunity Zones are hot spots for both talent, companies, and for execution, and for also monitoring and mirroring our success so that we can leverage that into other Opportunity Zone growth areas in all over the country. which we're in the process of doing. Overview, what's an opportunity zone? I'm going to leave, there's over 8,700 of them, of course, in the country. Pretty basic stuff here, but I encourage everyone to plug into the OZ Works and OZ Pros and DB and learn more if you don't know about opportunity zones. Also to understand more about the 1202 tax code for operating businesses that gives you a 5-year time limit exemption instead of 10. Those are very exciting and encouraging for operating businesses in OZ zones. Here's the, we'll just go to the Jobs Act here. That's fine. No, we can go through it. Tax incentive investing in low-income communities to qualified opportunity funds, temporary deferral, step-up basis. Once again, the 10% step-up is going to go away by December 31st of this year. So I encourage anyone with capital gains to please get more information, learn more, find out if this is something you can utilize in your own world, your own portfolio, and certainly love to have you look at Hall and their fund or their single issue companies itself on that before December 31st of this year. Permanent exclusion from taxable income of capital gains from the sale or exchange of an investment in opportunity fund. This is for the 10-year exclusion accrued in an investment in an opportunity fund, as long as it qualifies. Once again, this is why we keep all of our 130 companies on our 130-acre campus in an opportunity zone. Very, very important to make sure you're working with people that are up on the latest, greatest in the tax lanes and zone laws, that type of thing for opportunity zones from the operating business end of things. So I think if we go here, these are just the same 3 examples we covered in the first part of my talk today. Once again, these slides will be available or a deck will be available and possibly a virtual tour of the Hall campus for anyone who's interested or wants to see more or help with duplication for their own area in copying or working with this very experienced and successful model. So I think next slide. Yeah, that's it. I want to thank everybody for their time today. I want to thank Dave and Zahn and the whole team here for having me on, and certainly want to help anybody out there. If there is interest, there's my contact information here at Hall VP with my number, and please feel free to reach out. So Zahn, unless there's something else you want me to cover, I'll be glad to, but I think I'm gonna send it back to you.
Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning in and listening to this panel, one of the panels in the IAEOZ, the Innovation in Agriculture and Energy Opportunity Zone Summit 2021. My name is Charles Sills. I'm an associate with KDM and Associates, which is operating the MBDA Federal Procurement Center. And I'm also been affiliated for many years with a nonprofit group, the Defense Leadership Forum, which runs national conferences on government and defense contracting, mainly to assist and support small and minority businesses in the government contracting sector. I have 2 terrific, experienced, wonderful panelists with me today, and I'll let them introduce themselves. Dr. Teresa Orrock, please go ahead and say hello.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Sills.
I am Teresa Merriweather Rock. I serve as professor of public administration and also the inaugural executive director for the Center for Entrepreneurship, Innovation, and Economic Development at Alabama A&M University in Huntsville, Alabama. It is my pleasure to be with you today. In my capacity, I work collaboratively with governmental agencies, with small businesses, with other institutions of higher education, nonprofits, and actually across diverse ecosystems to bring about economic development, business development, in particular for our small and minority businesses, not only across the state of Alabama, but because the pandemic has provided us with such prolific challenges, we're able to interface with even national audiences now. So again, thank you for the opportunity to serve with you this evening. And certainly I am hoping that my comments will become value add for you. Thank you.
Dr. Rock, thank you so much. Your work in your center and the HBCU that you're supporting and working with are absolute gems and incredibly illustrious of what can be done in education and STEM training. Nicholas Justice, please tell everybody what you're involved in.
Hi, I'm Nick Justice. I'm an old veteran out of the United States Army, where I ran research and communication systems for that, have had a lot of engagement with our academic community all across America, and find that to be very rewarding. When I ended up leaving the military, I couldn't stay idle. I had to stay engaged with our federal programs and our national security issues. And with a focus here at North Carolina State University, when I ran one of the first National Manufacturing Innovation Institutes that the Department of Energy stood up. My portfolio now is where I work with a lot of national defense issues in our national security portfolio. It's a tremendous opportunity to do that. I get to reach out to a lot of industry and collaborate with industry partners and academics in partnerships around the country.
Thank you so much, Nick. Dr. Rock, would you tell us something about your work, your center's work, and Alabama's work in government contracting in collaboration with NASA and maybe the U.S. Army and several of those agencies, and how does that translate into programs that help minority business enterprises and other HBCUs?
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Seals. Well, first of all, we have had excellent leadership at our institution over the past 11 or 12 years. Dr. Andrew Hugini Jr. has announced his resignation as of early 2020. And so we were very blessed to have him to stand in as president and CEO and to provide us with the guidance and the support that we needed. Under his leadership, and of course, my faculty and the deans for the College of Business and across disciplines, I was able to lead the university in standing up a center that deals with innovation, entrepreneurship, and economic development. And as you talk about where we are in Huntsville with the robust economy, robust ecosystem that is driven by aerospace and also the defense industry, which brings to bear, hundreds of corporations, whether they're based in the Huntsville area or whether or not they have satellite offices, and the plethora of higher educational research institutions. We represent and we partner with some of the greatest minds across this country. Let me just say that within the Huntsville area. Alabama A&M is an 1890 HBCU land grant institution. We serve as a member of several advocacy organizations, including APLU, Association of Public Land Grant and Universities. I personally serve with the Executive Council of the Community Engagement and Community Economic Development piece under the leadership of Dr. Sheila Martin with APLU. So we're just really, really excited. My focus, having been in higher education for more than 30 years as a public administrator, has been set on economic development. We just believe that economic development, and in particular business development, and helping to grow and improve the quality of life for our communities, helps to resurrect and to sustain even the soul of our communities. So Alabama A&M, as an anchor institution located in an opportunity zone, has positioned itself to do that kind of work for, many, many years, over 150 years or more. So we're just really, really excited about those opportunities. And of course, where we sit in terms of the center, it represents a multidisciplinary kind of outfit that supports other disciplines, supports the community. My aim is to lead the center and bring it about, and especially now that we are hopefully coming through the pandemic, the revitalization of our small and minority businesses, which have suffered in many instances irreparable harm because of the pandemic. Across the board, we are seeing that about 40% of our businesses are still struggling, many of which have not come back online. And we're just hoping that they will come back online. So I've been working through our state legislators, through our national advocacy programs. I just completed a fellowship with the Appalachian Regional Commission as a fellow under its leadership program, and have made other contacts. So we're working across the state to bring about some equity in capital equity and ensuring the quality of life for our small and minority businesses, which are really, really in dire strait at this time. So, and of course, that's the mission of our institution: research, teaching, and service. So
it's so critical and important to rescue and pull up those small businesses that have been suffering disproportionately because of the pandemic. Have you found that is it a combination of government or defense monies and funding, as well as programmatic assistance that has helped your center, help the MBEs, and help your HBCU? Are there any particular factors that you'd like to see more support in?
Certainly I would. And you mentioned government contracting, because that certainly provides the most stellar support, the most predominant support within our community. And one of the things that Alabama A&M University has done in terms of setting itself apart is to stand up the RISE Foundation, Research, Innovation, Science, and Engineering. The RISE Foundation serves as a separate nonprofit entity that supports the acquisition and execution of government contracting. So we have our own GSA schedule. We're able to jump in and to execute programs, across the board. It is an interdisciplinary program. We have many industry partners that we're working with. I work very closely with the RISE Foundation and Dr. Andrew Scott, who serves as executive director of that of the RISE Foundation. And in many ways, team, we have been able to work with our small businesses to acquaint them with many opportunities for government contracting. We also bring them into areas of SBIRs, STTRs. We've been able to acquire a few of those opportunities. And my aim really is to enable our small and minority businesses to advance into this community. But in order to do this, as you just said, Dr. Seals, that there are some programmatic things that we must do. First of all, we're working across the board, attempting to provide our small businesses with better technology or access to technology. Also, there's just the whole dynamics of building capacity, the marketing, the accounting, the flow of business, looking at its infrastructure. And of course, as we're all dealing with now, the great resignation of the workforce. I mean, how do we get the best people in to assist us within that? So our work is very diverse, and because we are an anchor institution, because we are a land grant institution and HBCU, then our mission is very steeped in improving the quality of life for our stakeholders. So.
Teresa, thank you so much. That really covered a great deal of the waterfront. Nicholas, could you tell us, you've been one of the pioneers in running one of the nation's first manufacturing when Carolina State have been involved with government funding, with government programs, defense programs, et cetera.
I would first echo some of Teresa's comments and say, yes, we're all about that GSA schedule, aren't we? And I would say that also that one of the things that the government has done is made a lot of money out there available to us, and we need to take advantage of it. Also, being a land grant college, I would say that North Carolina State shares with Teresa's university the fact that we have an absolute mandate to extend our school out into the local economy in our states, and that's a big hit. Working with the National Manufacturing Innovation Institutes and Manufacturing USA, where they're kind of corralled by the Department of Commerce, is a great opportunity to really see innovation and collaboration ongoing at the federal level. And that can very much help the states and their local economies like that. A number of states work together and partner, working with faculty from a dozen universities with, Fortune 100 companies sponsoring you to little startups. It's a fascinating ecosystem to work in. And then we actually got together as the directors and created a directors council, where we got the opportunity to talk directly to the Secretary of Commerce on a routine basis of where are you taking the nation's workforce, where are you taking the economy, where are you taking the focus at, and we could really start collaborating. We ended up with a number of universities where we were exchanging memberships with each other's awards. I remember the University of Delaware was one where their manufacturing institute, one of my life science guys was their technical officer, and they were working very closely with us in return. A fascinating opportunity. And I learned something that, having worked inside government contracting in the military, I learned how much we were kept from working close to the industry partners that were on contract with us, and how much it was different in the commercial world, where companies could partner over lunch and compete that afternoon at 3 o'clock in another area of their work. So we have done a lot of things out there. I would tell you, Teresa, I just wanted to applaud when you said about workforce and reaching out, because I will tell that, to me, is the most vital thing, and that is the career. It's that core competency for our universities to do. And the workforce is what's challenging us right now. Not so much the technologies, maybe the cost of the technologies, but the technology itself is in our labs, in our fingertips. It's having the people prepared to take that and create new solutions. Charles, let me stop right there, or Teresa and I are going to occupy your whole time. You're not going to get that.
Absolutely, because I was about to jump into this whole subject of AI and workforce and all that. But
Please go ahead, please, Teresa, go ahead.
Yeah. So just a very quick comment. So, everything that we're talking about here really hinges on our being able to get competent and skilled employees back into the workforce. And I have been asked to write an article, which I'm hopefully about done, just on the future of work. And it's not just the work that we do in higher education, but it is the work that is done across ecosystems. And one of my takeaways from having looked at so much research and writings and the narrative that is being espoused now is that there must be a more strategic alliance between higher education, between corporations and government in terms of the policies. There, in many ways, there is a disconnect here. And I just believe that that's what's causing so many issues associated with our workforce. And what I mean by that is, as an academician and also as a pragmatic policy and public administrator, we have to better understand the needs of our market. Our educational system is driven by the global marketplace. And so when that disconnect occurs, then we have to begin to ask ourselves, what are we preparing our students to do? So having that kind of dialogue, having that kind of seamless conversation, that narrative that really brings us all together, help us to understand our common core threads, I believe is what is going to bring us into a much better position in terms of our workforce. I do believe that what we are experiencing now is really a recalibration of our thinking, a rewiring of our thinking about our workforce. People have found out that during the past 17 months, that they may not need as much as they were previously consuming. So, so the value of work and the emphasis that we place on work, in many ways become secondary to our thoughts about community and our thoughts about other well-being. So I'm going to stop there because I have a whole dialogue on this, but it plays right into what we're talking about, into education, into government, into our corporations and what our corporations are doing.
Teresa, I was going to pop right in on some of the things you were saying as well, because you're hitting the sweet spot and with our students. I will tell you, I have found that we need work as a laboratory within our universities.
Absolutely.
Work drives you to understand what you're learning in a practical, hands-on solution. Adult education patterns, to me, are looking more and more attractive for the more normal education route. For example, I will tell you, undergraduate research. Charles, you'd ask a question about the federal government. More undergraduate research. We don't need to save it till they've got a bachelor's degree and get in a graduate program to do research. They need to start exploring hands-on earlier in that. I have had some undergraduate research scholarships from the National Science Foundation, for example, that allowed me to bring it. We brought a third of our summer interns in doing the undergraduate research from a local community college. And it was amazing. Literally the best of my dozen undergraduates was that one of the young men that came out of the community college. I mean, so it's opportunity, but opportunity comes with exposure to the work that lets you refine, and really we learn by doing. And even the motto on our university campus is think and do, not do one or the other. And so it's exciting to hear Teresa say what she does as an academician, as you would call yourself. And I would tell you from the other perspective that I see the young students, the sooner they start working and applying their knowledge, the more they understand the value. They're not getting the value communicated. They're getting the knowledge communicated to them in the classroom. What they're not getting is an understanding of the value of their education, not only to themselves, but to their community.
And speaking of exposure and knowledge of program collaboration, ECUs may not be aware of some of the Defense Department and Air Force and Navy, et cetera, collaborative programs. For example, the Air Force runs a series of what they call Air Force HBCU colliders. I guess by colliders, hopefully they don't mean planes crashing, but rather networking and outreaching between the Air Force and the colleges. And their wording about this is the mission is to engage, collaborate, and network in support of the development of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, that is STEM capabilities in support of our warfighters. So the Air Force is engaging HBCUs and minority serving institutions in helping innovate, in helping entrepreneur, to make that a verb, on behalf of the critical Defense Department technology and other needs. And so they have a series of these workshops, collaborations, open houses with HBCUs. And that also connects into what Teresa just mentioned before, the Small Business Technology Transfer Program, or STTR program, where colleges and businesses team up together to compete for grants with the Air Force, for example, in this case, for technology development programs and funding for research. So there are a whole lot of programs out there, and it's important for colleges to be aware of that. And I think the Defense Department has been doing a really signal job compared to several years ago. The outreach from the services and the DoD has been really extraordinary and very helpful. Nick, you mentioned outreach too. And when we're talking about agribusiness, agriculture, and rural MBEs, can you tell us something about North Carolina State's plant science complex and what that's involved with?
Yeah, I certainly can. And I would start out by saying every one of these things, we're talking about them sometimes in stovepipes, but the underpinning science and engineering is much broader. Teresa brought it up very early in her discussion. Multidiscipline teams that she's hiring, the same thing we're doing here, those multidiscipline teams. You know, we've got a computer science area where we're focused on that is kind of interesting because we actually have an artist on the team. We hired an artist for the faculty to do that because we're doing visual narration and some things like that. So everything that you do at the university can go multi-departmental. And oftentimes those fiefdoms have held us back in being a builder of a bigger situation, a big power at the university, because we won't get the other disciplines involved in that in a complementary manner. The Plant Science Institute is probably a preeminent institute at this university. It's just getting off with. It's going to be a world leader in its time as it stands up and gets in full operation. And they're literally looking. What's the problem they face? The global warming. It's not just about energy, it's about agriculture. How are we going to eat if the plants that grow in Alabama today or grow in eastern North Carolina, all of a sudden I don't have all that rain I got when I was a child in eastern North Carolina? How do we do that? So they're looking at how do we farm better? How do we get better yield? We're looking at vertical farms where we're doing it indoors so we control the environment. And I don't have a hurricane, a little specific to North Carolina oftentimes, but I know Teresa's from Alabama and you get some of the same weather we get. But we're looking at taking and implementing almost the identical technologies that I was dealing with in the military, in military research. So precision planning, robotic equipment, right? Geospatial analysis, big data analytics, right? Now I'm gonna add to that some of the life sciences about, wow, what are the negatives of planting corn in that field? Wow, it grows too tall, the roots aren't strong enough, and a summer storm can knock it down and it's at risk. Well, can we develop a complementary product like a corn that's not such long, tall stalks, but a little shorter, but has the same yield? And that's just life science studies and researchers, dealing with seeds and yields and picking the best crop for our environment. And in a changing environment we're in, that will be very important for us to do, because what grew before may not grow again. And part of the country is talking about going into a whole desert environment out in the western part of the United States. What are we going to do about that? Vertical farming, we better be ready. But all of the technologies that I'm talking about in a farm field, a tractor or a big front end loader is a combat vehicle that's working off-road under very heavy stress, in stressful situations. So it has to be very robust mechanically. It needs the electronics and the communication and the automation. And we need to know the data science underpinning what we're doing and how great is our yield, so we can forecast what we need to do tomorrow instead of react to the situation we have yesterday.
I think it's incredibly energetic, and it's just driving this conversation that both these colleges, North Carolina State, Alabama A&M, are so much involved across the board, from agriculture to manufacturing science to government contracting to NASA to military. Both of your colleges are unbelievable test beds and drivers of education. Teresa, are there additional collaborations that you've been involved with the government, any part of the government that would give us even more examples of this?
So I guess that the best way to phrase that is to ask if there are anything that we really haven't been involved with. In terms of past performance, we have stellar past performance. And I will provide you with our updated capabilities report so that you will see the kind of work that we're doing across the board. My office is located in the College of Business, so we are into logistics, and we know that logistics and supply chain management now is a major issue. And then, of course, if we look across the spectrum, look across the disciplines, our faculty in the College of Education and Social Work has had a tremendous charge and responsibility, especially during the last 17 months or so during COVID. And we are implementing within the College of Business and Public Affairs a new program in public administration. My background is in public administration. And also my spouse, who also works with me as my colleague, Dr. Michael, we are leading the institution and standing up a master's in public administration, which is so desperately needed, especially as we began to look at emergency management, organizational behavior, which really gets us into this whole workforce development issue and how we deal with our organizations. And then, of course, within the College of Engineering, there are some new developments and outgrowths programs that are there. So across the board, it is working. We are working together, and we just appreciate the leadership of Dr. Hougini, who has led us through many storms as an HBCU. Financially, we are on a good trajectory, and our student enrollment miraculously grew during the pandemic, while others enrollment really dropped. And we attribute that to being able to jumpstart online programs and online courses for our students. And also being in Huntsville, Alabama is really not a bad thing. The city is growing by leaps and bounds, and we're just excited to be a part of this growth process. So yeah, so we hope to expand president for the university. Our current provost, Dr. Daniel K. Williams, will come in January. He knows the lay of the land, has been very intricately involved in helping to build out programs. So I am hoping that we will continue to expand and to grow and to develop. So
and that is terrific. Congratulations on your growth and on the student matriculation and attendance. That's fantastic.
Thank you.
Just one footnote to what you mentioned about supply chain and logistics. And when it comes to government contracting, there are a lot of statistics out there. For example, that fully 30% of all government contracting dollars, or even more, goes to only 5 main defense contractors. But that completely overlooks the reality. And the reality is, let's take the F-35 fighter program, the most advanced fighter jet we're producing these days, Lockheed Martin. But there are small and medium-sized businesses, hundreds upon hundreds of them in almost all 50 states, that are contributing components, software, training manuals, pilot training, parts, legacy, everything to those fighter jets. And it's our business in colleges and in government contracting organizations to help educate the minority business enterprises on how to reach the larger prime contractors. So it's our mission and our enterprise, if you will, to tell them how to get to the contractors, to team with them. A saying that I always have is, a lot of small businesses have the capabilities, they have the tickets to the ball game, but they can't find the entrance to the stadium.
Exactly.
So that's what we all have to do.
Yeah, and Yeah.
Go ahead.
Excuse me. No, and you are on point when you say that. We've also served as third party to several mentor protege programs, providing them with the technical assistance, especially in the areas of business performance systems and the like. And one other thing I'm going to point out, and then I'll certainly turn it back over to you, is that next week we are hosting Alabama A&M has a major NSF award that focuses on HBCUs in innovation and entrepreneurship. And because of the pandemic, we've not been able to get our stakeholders on the ground face to face. So we continually do the virtual session. So next week, both Tuesday and Wednesday, and I'll send you the links on these, we'll be hosting the HBCU Summit. This is something, this is an event that NASA typically does, but because we work very closely with NASA, NASA has asked us to collaborate with its HBCU program. This is an opportunity for our HBCUs to learn about, as you talked about, Dr. Seals, those opportunities that exist within our government agencies, and not just the grants, but primarily the contracts. And so NASA will host the sessions on the 26th. Alabama A&M will host the sessions on the 27th that will be led by the NSF grant that I provide leadership on under the EPSCoR Directorate. Again, our focus is on innovation, entrepreneurship. I'll also have a segment where I'm bringing in my industry partners to talk about, how our industries can really play a role in all of this. And this is something that we try to facilitate a couple or 3 times a year, just to bring in our stakeholders from across the nation, from across the globe, to engage in this type narrative. So
nothing could be more on target than that. That is, thank you. Thank you for telling us about that.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Charles, I wanted to comment on one of your statements about, the big aerospace industry guys and stuff like that, because oftentimes those little small businesses that are supporting them came out of our grad schools. I mean, that's where that innovator came from, and he's trying to start up before he takes a job 9 to 5, 5 days a week. He wants to put that research project and see if he can turn it into something significant. And oftentimes those big corporations are coming to the universities looking for those projects that the grad students have, and they finish their degree and move right out into a little small startup. Right? They got a business department that can help them, mentor them through how do you incorporate, what's a corporation? I know the math equation, but I don't know the incorporation kind of piece of it. That's one of the things you don't understand very clearly. It's not articulated nationally that that's the kind of partnership that you're looking for, and that's the value of small business. We talk about we need them, they're valuable. We don't explain the activity that makes their value, creates that value. I would tell you that the other piece that you find, and Teresa, I guarantee you've got this exact same model in there, because we're both blessed because we're close proximity to defense work sites, large defense technology centers. And so that's a clear opportunity. But they're all across the country, but you have to figure out where that works in your ecosystem and how can you leverage that to your advantage. And oftentimes, understanding the big needs of one of the federal agencies will uncover an opportunity for me as let's do these kind of research projects. And the National Science Foundation, my gosh, they do such a fantastic job of making funds available and require you to focus it on students. So, you can't argue with that logic, but their motivation of pushing you to do that is a double plus to get you to focus on some of those things.
Perfectly said, Nick. Thank you. I think we're almost out of time. Before I thank these incredible panelists for everything that they've contributed, I think the producer of the IAEOZ Summit Series, Keith Moore, may, if he can get on with us, I think he has a comment or a question. If you're there, Keith.
I have enjoyed this discussion immensely, not because just the fact that I know each one of you personally and sort of long-standing, but because your conversation really is a segue from our kickoff of IAEOZ 2020 and new neighbors, new partners. Alabama A&M, Teresa Arak was not with us in October of 2020. Here we are, October 2021, actually October 22nd, 2021. That's an interesting mathematical equation. She's with us. And during that time and since October, we've had very active partnership engagements that speak loudly to that collaborative. And I remember so distinctly last year, Nick, by phone, describing North Carolina, particularly Durham, as a community. And this conversation echoes loudly, speaks volumes to what community collaborations can create post-pandemic. As Teresa has said, clearly the pandemic has caused each and every one of us to have experiences that make us pause, to find our way to rewind. I remember last night President Biden saying that, you know, the pandemic has caused many people to kind of just check out. They just get, you know, they don't know how to re-enter the marketplace. That's what we're facing, this kind of insecurity. So until we have conversations that are recorded, those conversations carry into active engagements that develop into partnerships, that go across state lines and into regions and sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, we can't expect to find that whole work. So leading the questions as well as the discussion. And I just want to close by asking, you know, what works, Nick, what works, Teresa, as you see it from the academic side, from last year to this year, in terms of opportunity zones and your community and these projects and how MBEs can engage. Nick, I, again, distinctively remember our conversations and you clearly talking about the complexities associated with the program. We know some of the data and it aligns with the fact that it's been a very complex program that unfortunately not a broad mass number of communities, individuals, businesses have participated. Have we made any progress in that area? And Teresa, I close this question and this great conversation out with the same question to you. What works for HBCUs today in opportunity zones?
What actually works, first of all, is just a strengthening of our partnerships with business, with industry, with government, and continuing to tell our story, continuing to place that narrative out there about the possibilities of opportunity zones. I think that with the Biden and Harris administration focus around Build Back Better initiatives, that this is a perfect time for us to do this. And the other thing, and I'm going to close on this, is that we have to begin to strategically draw a straight line between higher education, industry, and government as we formulate policy and make those decisions that affect all of the stakeholders across our various ecosystems. And I say that because many of us are still working in silos. And, it's not just what are we preparing our students for, but what are we preparing our communities for?
That's so wonderful, because you have not yet heard, this is a pre-recording that we will be airing globally live November 3rd and 4th. But Dr. Tim Akers out of Morgan State University, I describe his summarization as a sermon. And I can't wait for you all to hear that, because it echoes loudly. Cry for collaboration in a way that's so unprecedented that we combat what we have to endure in this pandemic environment, how it's brought us in many cases to our knees. And so, Nick, what's your thoughts?
I would again echo Teresa's answer in that collaboration. I would highlight, though, for people, because oftentimes I'm not sure we're communicating when we say, for example, the term government. When we assume it's federal government. It's not federal government, it's state government, it's local government, your county courthouse and your county boards, right, have to be players. And you have to do it before you go after that economic zone to get approved or that grant get approved. You can't be strangers when you put together the grant. You got to know each other's strengths and weaknesses, right? And so one of the things we've done, it's that we actually have gotten a lot of attention from other organizations that can't kind of reach out and do what they were used to doing, call a bunch of people in for a conference and they come, and we're having to reach out. Friday mornings is our defense technology session. Nonprofits, small businesses, major corporations, academic faculty, community college faculty. We get on the line, we may have 50, 60. We've started having an audience from the federal government in innovation watching us interact with each other. It's gotten so relaxed that I'll tell you when you know you're a success. Our 1 hour, 9 to 10 o'clock defense tech coffee call got moved back to 8:30. We're going to have an opportunity call to go over all the calls for proposals, calls for projects out there. We did that. A few months later, we moved it back to 8 o'clock, where we got so many people and we need to have a strategy session. Can we get a couple of subcommittees here going to do something? And then we have what we call, so that's the early bird call. Then we had our opportunity call. Then we went into so we've added an hour to our 1 hour program. And then we leave the mic on up until noontime. This people that were in there hearing the presentations collaboratively, that back in there, and they go, okay, hey, we're going to pop out, leave it open because we're going to be back on the call. And you get 3 or 4 people spontaneously. I told you, it's interesting. I told you that I just said goodbye to a young coworker that I deal with, fascinating young man. Well, he found an opportunity, a new opportunity to go at. So he joined one of our small startup companies and left the university. Now, we're certainly going to miss him. I mean, he's my wingman. We're always right there together. But you know what? That's a great opportunity for him. But he's going to be on Friday morning coffee call next week in his new role. Right? So he's not going anywhere. He just graduated to a new opportunity. We have to do that better. We've got so bifurcated in our competitive nature. Competition is great, but it needs to be focused on teamwork and efforts together. And we need to build those stronger teams. And that's what universities can do, because you talk about the collision of those 3 different entities: industry, government, and academia. we're the only one that can legally, with contract law and federal law, sit down and talk, have our foot in both camps at the same time, because it's academic research and it's protected. And I don't have to have a contract in place to, you can't say this and you can't talk to that person, non-disclosures. It's a great environment to be in the academic community. And I thoroughly love my opportunity to come down here and see it work from the inside. So thanks for having me. Teresa, it's great to meet you.
Absolutely.
I've been in your neck of the woods many times.
Okay.
Because the guys down in Huntsville in the Army, they work with me all the time. I got a bunch of friends down there flying helicopters and all kinds of strange things.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. And we probably share some of those same people. So they, DOD will actually execute a session for me on Wednesday. They are super excited. They've sent all their bios and just wonderful. So they'll talk about the opportunities in particular for HBCUs as a part of that session. And by the way, we have more than 50 of the nation HBCUs already registered, and the deadline has yet to come about. So we expect to have far more than that. And not only HBCUs, but other minority serving institutions. So I just appreciate this opportunity.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard a library full of information exchange. I would close by asking each of you to, well, Nick in particular, in the chat, throw that OTA out. Didn't talk about it. I know Charles will bring that up in our two-day discussion, November 3rd and 4th. And because people need to know, companies need to know, MBEs need to know, small businesses really need to know how to engage in OTAs. And so we're so delighted for this conversation. Charles, thanks for taking the captain's chair on this. And you all have done a tremendous job once again. And we thank you for being a part of the Innovation in Agriculture Energy Opportunity Zone Summit 2021, a global team approach. Wow.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Charles Sills. Do I know you?
Hello, Keith. How are you?
Oh my God, they come with surprises all the time. Charles, I'll tell you what, that was a great session.
I think that a lot of information was put out there, and a lot of revelations about how the government and the military has been working with HBCUs and how much more can be done.
Well, I'm happy that you said how much more could be done as a question. It's almost like what works. Simply because I think we have so much work to do in that area. And it's not limited to Department of Defense. But when you talk about Department of Defense, MBEs, innovation, our academic institutions, we're talking about national security. Or lack thereof.
And in that regard, I do want to bring up or kind of re-mention what Joanne Hill from MBDA told us in her presentation yesterday, which was that MBDA has been working very, very closely and robustly with NASA and with Rice University in this special aerospace STEM initiative with other HBCUs as well. And so I think the MBDA is doing some amazingly innovative tracks with federal agencies and the DoD, in this case, particularly NASA?
You know, Charles, I'm kind of thinking historically, because you and I can at least take 20 years into the life that we've lived in the government space and go past, present, and future. And I can't help but stop for a second at the COVID impact. And no matter what we did before COVID, we've now been required to do something significantly more of to try to stabilize, the country, our communities, get people back on their feet, keep people safe, and become global allies even more so, and to be friends to the environment. There's a lot that has stacked up on us since about 2 years ago from COVID. Wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely, Keith. And one of the biggest problems right now that everybody's reading about in the papers or watching on TV is the supply chain crisis, because so many workers are either not coming back to work or they're not going to work because of issues with being vaccinated and companies laying people off. And this includes defense contractors and dock workers at Los Angeles and other ports around the country. So what does that mean? It means that MBEs, as usual, disproportionately to other small businesses around the country, are being squeezed in those cases where they need supplies to produce the products or provide the services that they need to be providing and producing. And that's a real problem now.
For those who are just joining us or have been joining us and don't know who I am, I'm Keith Moore, co-founder of the IAEOZ Summit, Innovation in Agriculture Energy Opportunity Zone Summit, this being day 2 of a 5-year initiative. And my friend, colleague, Charles Sills, project director for our new MBDA Federal Procurement Center, and also a project lead for the Defense Leadership Forum. So when we talk about defense, national security, whether it's energy or agriculture or workforce, the grid, we're really talking to you from our live positions of experience, knowledge, know-how, and as Joanne Hill from MBDA says, in terms of one of the basic requirements for doing business with anybody, much less the government, is relationships. And Charles, I think you and I are kind of brothers from another mother when it comes to valuing the importance of having the relationships. With that being said, we have a job now. We've been assigned, we've been authorized. An investment has been made in us, Charles, to help minority business mainstream, help HBCUs mainstream into this government contracting world. And you and I know, in spite of the achievements, accolades, and accomplishments that various agencies, like, for example, the Navy, I know they have a great relationship with Florida A&M, thanks to Anthony and the work that he's been doing. And there's so many others who have a journey with agencies or HBCUs. But we at the Federal Procurement Center have a responsibility to help at least 100 businesses, at least, per year, generate up to $50 million per year in new contracts. So this conversation, I think you would agree fully, for us, is data that we've collected, conversations that we've collected. And ladies and gentlemen, this is exactly why we created What Works Online, because this conversation didn't just happen today and yesterday, but it's designed to be in your classroom, in your office, on your phone, made available to you, because we know that information is powerful, especially when you know what to do with it. So Charles, we're not wrapping it up. We're actually putting a bow on what happened over the last 2 days so that we can put it at the doorsteps of government, of universities, of corporations, and most of all, our minority businesses and small businesses. Your panel with Nick Justice was nothing more than a carried over conversation from the conversations that we would have on Saturday for 2.5 hours long. You'd have to get off. You know, it would be so long. But undoubtedly, you would say that it's just almost serendipitous 360 because everything that he said this time built upon what he said last time. And I could speak for myself on a couple of the very specific things. Talk to me about your thoughts on your panel that you had with Dr. Arak at Alabama A&M and Nick Justice at North Carolina State University.
Well, a lot of what was being talked about was the importance of the relationship between Defense Department requirements and graduate programs in research and development at HBCUs. Both Teresa and Nick talked to that at length. And in that regard, that brings up our collaboration that is between the Defense Leadership Forum and KDM and Associates and the Federal Procurement Center, whereby some of our panels at the Defense Leadership Forum have highlighted the newly developing, you could call it innovation ecosystem at the Defense Department and the services, Army, Navy, Air Force, Space Force now, specifically targeted to reaching out to smaller minority businesses that have advanced capabilities in everything from quantum mechanics to 5G to lasers. A lot of these companies would not know how to access the Defense Department contracting process, but the new centers, they're called WERXs in general. Defense Works, Air Force, AF Works, even Special Operation Forces Works and Naval X, for example, and the Mitchell Institute with the Air Force. But they have provided speakers to DLF's defense contracting summits. And as you know, we are taking those modules, putting them through post-production and sending them to the Federal Procurement Center for resend and dissemination to our minority business enterprise clients. I think that is going to be more and more and more important in the next couple of years to come.
Historic and revolutionary. Revolutionary in the sense that the institution that has been most revered as secure will remain secure, but find an avenue by which they become an entry point for information dissemination critical for a minority business to be able to enter into that Department of Defense industry, as an example. And that's why we call it What Works. You know, Charles, my faith and, my thought process, you've been around close enough. We worked together that close. And just last night, I run across can't remember, the first African-American Air Force Chief of Staff. Now, you're always in the business of correcting me, but we have a video that I could not do anything because it's on YouTube, but say, post that, because he talks about his background and connects his background and his unique position of leadership as a general in the Air Force with the George Floyd circumstance. I mean, it almost brought me to tears. Why? Because it takes leadership to speak up and speak out to the barriers associated with advancing the very things that this nation needs to inspire innovation, to inspire excellence, to aspire in achievement. There are some parenthetical things that we face in our communities that are the exact opposite. They fight against those principles. And to listen to him talk about, as a father, as a young person growing up in the ranks, being the only one that looked like him, he and his sister in a school system where they were the only two, made me think very much so of why we're doing what we're doing, to make sure that this has less barriers, more entry points, more engagement, heart to heart. And what you don't know doesn't need to be your cause for not being able to find out what you need to know, so that you're no longer excluded. And so I couldn't help but to think about the work that we're doing in racial equity over in agriculture with minority farmers. Minority farmers, I think you would agree, Charles, have a right, and they work hard enough, and history says that they probably should be able to sell to the government. As an example of how we take a post-pandemic review of society, our families, our communities, our circumstances, and see how we can do better, build back better. What's your thoughts?
We have to open up more channels than have been opened up ever before for minority farmers to sell to the government, to the Defense Department. You're absolutely right, Keith. For example, everything from food to defense commissaries or barracks where the soldiers have to eat. The warfighters have got to have food. Everything from that to more sophisticated biofuels production for jet fuel, for green fuel, for the Air Force and for the Navy. So everything from food to high technology, agri-tech, minority farmers should be playing a bigger role.
And to that end, and I'm so thankful to hear you say that, because in my own experience of knocking on the doors, I realize how thick the doors and how tall the walls are. It's not made to be easy yet. Data. How about data today? TDP, Suresh, Dr. Akers. If we look at the data, we can see the problem. And if we look at the data even more intently, we can see where the solutions lie. And I think we're on to that. And we have to high five it a little bit, right? Because being a contractor on one side of the aisle, pursuing and even having great ideas and having the work ethic doesn't always land you a contract, right? You know that in the business. So being at the Federal Procurement Center, where we don't have to pursue, but work on behalf of those and train and mentor and provide guidance, it's a wonderful position to be in. And for that, we thank MBDA again for their trust and investment. But we want all the government agencies to recognize the same opportunities to really be a part of a collaborative. And Eric Yost talked about that. So did Nick. Last year, it was Nick who told me so much about community. And then I went to a place called Durham, North Carolina. And I got the sense of community where you have Duke University, UNC, you have these universities, and you have the workforce, you have the minds, you have the young people having a social life and an academic life, and they're working together. Pandemic, pre-pandemic, we need to create more communities like that around the country, especially in these diverse, distressed communities. And so that's where opportunity zones come in. But how about Will Walker? Did you ever, we heard about 1031 exchanges. We all knew that, right? But how about the 5-year program, the 1202 tax code. Did you know anything about that? That's a question.
No, good education. Absolutely.
So we like to think that we haven't just entertained, but we've engaged with education, and we created an opportunity to look at how we can do things together more formidably. Nick also talked about competition. And, you know, with the federal contracting world, as you well know, Charles, it's very competitive. Well, maybe we need to be relooking at competition. And how does the ultimate authorization of a contract or grant award allow us to create collaborations as a criteria as to who becomes the prime, who becomes the subcontractor? Is it a joint venture? How about the acquisition community? Are we talking to the acquisition community? There's Melvin Anderson. Is there an upside to connecting with mid-level DoD contractors?
Well, yes, and that's exactly where what I was saying before about the WERX ecosystem comes in. A lot of these innovation hubs in the Army, Navy, Air Force are actually running quarterly industry days. And Space Force and the Air Force ran one a few months ago, and on the spot, they provided micro contracts to about 10 or over 10 advanced tech companies, all small businesses. Again, this would have been unheard of 3 or 4 years ago, but now these mid-level contracting centers all around the defense community are actually operating the way they always should have been, but now it's really happening, and it's an open door more than ever before for small and minority companies.
Charles, tell us what you think about opportunity zones navigating their way into the Department of Defense.
In those geographic areas where you have an opportunity zone and you have adjacent military bases, that's where this comes together. That's where, by the way, in every service, like the Air Force, the Navy, the Army, there is an office of military base dash adjacent community partnerships. And those partnership offices can be, and we can, I think the Federal Procurement Center can now play a role in putting them together with opportunity zone investors. Because if investors understand that property values and business values are higher in adjacent places to opportunity zone geographics, they'll be more likely to invest, and that will be driving community growth in those opportunity zone areas, only because of the presence and operating of military bases and all the services and products that they require. So I think that's a kind of a genius a formula that you just advanced. Military bases and HBCUs as anchors in and near opportunity zones.
So Alabama A&M, our HBCU partner, is a perfect example of being located at the Huntsville and working with NASA and working with NSF and working with us and minority businesses and the Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship and Economic Development with Dr. Rock and their RISE Foundation, which focuses on purely contracts, not grants. Wow, what a formula, timely one at that, to create a template, a national template. Because I remember having a meeting, and it was with Dr. Williams, former president of Delaware State University, one of my favorites. And he's now at the Thurgood Marshall, leading that great organization. He literally told me the reasons why the Defense Department had challenges doing business with HBCUs. And one of them dealt with secret clearances on the campus. Any comments on that?
Well, I think it's necessary for HBCUs to take the example of Johns Hopkins, which of course is a very famous university in Baltimore and not an HBCU, but along with a couple of other universities across the country, they've established their own government-funded research lab. I forget the exact nomenclature, but that research R&D center is, I think, almost totally funded by the Defense Department and the government, and works on top secret and classified projects. Now, again, it takes a ramp up of applying for clearances, getting clearances for professors, for people, for students, researchers. But I think if the HBCUs can follow those examples and work with the government agencies and the Defense Department in establishing additional R&D university centers that are totally aligned with Defense Department military requirements in terms of weapon systems and high tech, I think that would go a long way to helping fund and helping STEM programs in HBCUs.
So would you say that just like the OTAs, which we don't talk enough about, first of all, tell us what OTAs are, Charles.
OTAs are the abbreviation for other transaction authorities, which is a typically obtuse government phrase for a way actually to streamline and bypass some of the cumbersome competition regulations for giving contracts out under the FAR or the Federal Acquisition Regulations. So let's say that Air Force WERX, AFWERX, wants to really sidestep competition requirements because they know that minority-owned company X, let's say, has a widget or an algorithm or a software, proprietary software that they need for their F-35 fighters. For example, they want to give a direct contract to that minority company. They can invoke the other transaction authority and give that money without any competition. It's a way, again, of sidestepping and sidestepping the FAR, streamlining the competition process. And OTAs are being used across the board in the government and in the DoD now. It's a terrific tool.
You know, I really understand not just the cliche of information is powerful when you know what to do with it, but again, going back to the honored YouTube that I'm going to do our part at KDM and the FPC and IAEOZ to make sure everyone sees this video. But we can break down these barriers of racial equality by using information as our weapon, not against, but to draw attention to the opportunities to both our allies. And, you know, I think we can reduce our enemy's tension potentially by becoming smarter at STEM, more successful at government contracts, more strategic in our acquisition community around how do we take these public policies that incentivize private dollars to come in and be a adjunct support financially to the revitalization, the sustainability and scalability of members of the community, which means that in layman's translation, housing and urban development should and could work with USDA and commerce, and it's from fintech to agriculture to defense, all can work in harmony to create jobs, to restore our industrial supply and our supply chain, corporations should then become more welcomed, invited, and attracted to not just set goals or check boxes. Racial equality at the tip of the spear is who has information and the ability to take that information and make something prosperous, productive, innovative, progressive, community building. Now, one sector we haven't talked about. We even mentioned Space Force. But it shouldn't be Tesla and Bezos who are the only ones who know how to get there. We should have more minorities being able to engage in the supply chain of getting there. One more thing before we get to Nick's comment, because now we've talked about the conversation of OTAs. Getting our international community, right? You know, Charles, we're partnered now with the IEEE Smart Village, and we're thankful for that partnership of 455,000 members across the globe who are committed to bringing electricity and power to communities. Guess what? Minority businesses could be a part of that supply chain. Correct me if I'm wrong. U.S. minority firms. Minority farmers can help other countries grow foods, become more nutritious, create commerce. I want to get that comment from Nick about OTA before we let in our next two guests.
I believe what Nick was mentioning, which is absolutely correct, is that there are the Defense Department has created a consortium for each of the technology areas or sectors that they're looking for solutions from advanced small businesses. So there's a Naval Air Consortium, there's an IT consortium, etc. And Nick was saying that the best channel to get into OTA funds is to join one of those consortia. So it's a matter of education, again, which the FPC can help educate the small companies about what these consortia are, how to get into them, and how to get on track for OTAs.
Nick, we're going to ask you to co-chair our OTA What Works committee, and we will have a capacity building forum, perhaps in March, maybe down in Huntsville with Alabama A&M, but of course we have North Carolina A&T and so many others, 52 of them in opportunity zones. Ladies and gentlemen, we know the clock is ticking and we want to get it all in. So Zahn, why don't you bring in our next two guests, Robin Pate, Jose Nino, for our closing remarks. Jose Nino, he's got his dressed up and he's in Chicago. He's visiting his familia. And Robin, welcome back.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you couldn't tell by the energy that I have, these are my new next best friends. These people really, ladies and gentlemen, if you couldn't tell by the energy that I have, these are, I know that was powerful, but let's turn off the echo. These people really, ladies and gentlemen, if you couldn't tell by the energy that I, there you go. Listen, when we talk about diversity, ladies and gentlemen, we don't want to talk about it. We want to be about it. This is America. You're looking at Jose Nino, one of the founding members of the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, and the list is too long to go through. Robin Pate is back from Greenpoint Research. Listen, we're at the end of this session, but look how much work we've put ourselves into moving forward post IAEOZ Summit 2021. Closing comments, thoughts from Jose Nino.
Wow. What else can I say? I mean,
You speak about that that numbers don't lie. I speak about that results speak very loud. From what we said last year, let's move forward and put this program out there. Let's get it done. Innovation, agriculture, energy, opportunity zones. Let's bring the message. Let's educate. Let's bring it out there and put it in place. In the middle of this pandemic, that's what collectively we all did. So, yes, the numbers have shown what we have done, and we went there. Today, you see the numbers. Today, we see results. Today, we see them coming back. Today, we see that we brought in new folks while we maintained everybody that was with us last year. And we're going to continue to grow. The fact that collectively we've added a federal procurement program, the fact that we are out there and we're going to be going out there to empower minority communities, minority serving communities, the Black colleges and universities, women-owned businesses, that are minorities and so on, that we have our partners from the military here with us, that we have our partners with HUD, with Commerce. I mean, it is so exciting out there that I just don't know how to hold myself back the last 2 days. I've just been writing stuff down because I don't know where to begin. I mean, do I start on the innovation side? Because we're innovative, we got IT, we're building new programs, new applications, and we're incorporating them in rural America as well in the inner cities, areas where before we had what everybody calls deserts, one kind of a desert or another. And here we are bringing this innovation into agriculture, bringing new technologies to it that can grow them. We're bringing it into the environment. While the environment is very important to everybody, we're not just listening, looking at it. We as partners are participating in the environment, and those companies that we have brought forth with us to participate and actually deliver and lowering emissions and going out there and doing hydro energy and partnering in Africa, and says, here, we brought light. We brought electricity in this partnership. What happens? A more educated person, a more educated sustainability. And not only that, people are being fed. The World Food Program. People are just, wow. And we are partnering beyond what we originally envisioned. And we're going out there and delivering. I don't know what to tell you, Keith, but I am so excited because we are out there reaching in the educational system, the food system, the environment, the energy system, the finance system. We have found vehicles in which we can raise capital. As you know, the biggest problem has all been funding. And here we are sitting there creating it, pushing it out there. The opportunity zones that come in there, and what Robin and everybody else has done in all these areas. And here you have Charles bringing the information, and all our friends. My God, hold me back.
Like Jeremiah, huh? Shut up in your bones. I got it. Robin, why don't you tell us, because I wanted to put you in the mix of hemp, bio, and fuel, and industrial, and carbon capture.
Credits. Yeah.
Carbon credits. Yes. And ladies and gentlemen, this is what we would call in our close, just to let you know that we are closing this conversation for today, but our work carries on as soon as you all leave, and we'll be waiting for you to ask us questions, get on the phone with us, send us an email, and you can be rested assured that we will take every right, privilege, and authority that we have to get you that knowledge and information. Let's talk about carbon capture, because here on your left is the chairman of BioFriendly, a West Coast global company and sponsor of IAEOZ. It just goes on about the connection. So Robin, give us your perspectives on that, since you have so much knowledge. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Well, there's always more to know. I will say that for sure. But we do have a responsibility out there. We have a responsibility to our communities and to the businesses we work with. And I'm very excited about the carbon capture opportunity and the ability to look at how we can utilize hemp for those credits. One of the challenges in the hemp industry has been funding. And so this may be another funding mechanism with the credits that can hopefully enable more people and include a more diverse group of stakeholders into this industry. So we're very excited about it. You talked about the tour earlier across the nation with all the different agencies, and I think this one absolutely hits on all those agency tours as well.
Yes. And I'll tell you, ladies and gentlemen, some of the backdrop, as you heard in the previous presentation with David, the CEO of Greenpoint Research, is that they're in an opportunity zone. They've leveraged federal dollars and private capital, which is extremely impressive. They have a hemp research science that we want to matriculate, is that the term, educators, into the classroom, into faculty members at universities. And because we recognize these emerging technologies and these innovations are happening so rapidly that by virtue of age and when you got your degree and what you need to know today, how do you keep up? We must face those realities. And so what we do is create a team approach with experts in respective fields who have common interests. Hopefully, all of us are common to desiring this world to be about what works, about improving the conditions for those we leave behind, improving for me, my grandson, the world that we leave behind. And, you know, I just am so thankful for this connection, but I want to just, again, Robin, give you an opportunity to speak to that opportunity zone perspective that you all have such a rich knowledge of.
Absolutely. So David is really the true expert in this. He has put together at least a couple of big deals for us. One of which is that our headquarters has now been moved to North Florida in an opportunity zone in Ag Central. So it is North Florida, and we're very excited about our Cannabis Center of Excellence. And we are also working with the Virgin Islands. And they have, I know everyone wants to go there. It's an opportunity zone down there. So this is, we believe, one of the first opportunities in hemp where two opportunity zones are working together in order to forge best practices, in order to look at how we can grow together, utilizing the innovation and the education and knowledge and the human resources that we have collectively. So definitely looking to do more in this space. We have a lot of investors that have an interest in it. Like I said, David is extremely knowledgeable and can speak to it better than I can, but definitely interested in looking at those paths forward.
And two things, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, Puerto Rico, right? My man Jose knows a little bit about that area. It's all, the entire location of Puerto Rico is an opportunity zone. The place where we have disasters. So, and we've had them, unfortunately. And these pieces of information that you're learning, whether it's coming from the Defense Department, who has bases and locations to protect our nation's security, needs the same type of STEM workforce, science, technology, engineering, and now agriculture workforce. So we're not talking about the problem. We're communicating what works in real time. Speaking of real time, why did we bring a person like Will Walker and invite him in? Because we knew that HBCUs and minority businesses and government agencies and distressed communities needed to understand that there existed a Thomas Edison laboratory of the world. Might be in Utah, but it doesn't need to stay in Utah, because we cannot do and achieve what we're seeking to achieve by it being in one location when there's 8,277 locations around the country who need that level of entrepreneurial ingenuity and need that confidence from scientists, where the scientists may be in white coats, but the students on the campus may come from very different backgrounds, and together they can bring about the manifestation of commercialized ideas that result in saving people's lives, making people live longer. I mean, you know, or getting faster cars that spends less on fuel. It's so exciting, the world in which we are sitting post-pandemic. And so while I do appreciate the president having a real quandary around the condition of the mental health of society, because I could tell you, with the loss of my own mother, 2 weeks prior to my loss of my own mother-in-law, and the matriarch of my family, you know, being laid to rest tomorrow, we have all experienced COVID. We've all experienced the impact of health devastation that brings about a mental challenge to find ways to survive. But as it's been said, we're more than survivors. We can thrive in this America, in this world, by doing things that work. And so, Charles, I'm not going to give you the last word, but I certainly want to get your DoD Wikipedia, government contracting, mentor protege expertise into this mix of discussion. You're muted. Nope, can't hear you. You're muted.
Thank you. I think they unmuted me now. Thank you. Thank you, Keith. As you summed up so well, with all the travails that the business community, the smaller minority business community around the country has gone through over the last almost 2 years now, the fact that these opportunities are opening up now with the government, with the Defense Department, and with agencies like the Minority Business Development Agency that we're representing here also, we have this great chance, speaking of mentor protege programs, to mentor minority companies. And one of the best vehicles for that are the federal mentor protege programs. And again, I invite all MBEs out there to be in touch with us for information on how to access these programs so that you can get into special partnerships under the DoD, under the Navy, Air Force, Army, etc., and other government agencies, and work with the larger contractors. Because like Keith has said again so eloquently earlier, it's about community. It's about a community of effort and working together for the highest quality provision of services, products to the government and to communities across the country. And if everybody works together with good faith and good hearts, we can help everybody's standard of living and opportunities.
And create jobs and give everybody who's fallen on the Richter scale of being challenged to find hope, a lot of hope. A hope that entrepreneurship is an avenue of opportunity that has a larger upside of success than it does challenge. I can't thank enough the individuals who've taken their time to participate, but also to prepare themselves to give their best to communicate to our audiences global what the possibilities look like, what opportunities are there, and what strategies can literally make success happen. I've heard some common themes here: innovation, collaboration, community, outreach, partnerships, and mentorship, education. None of us can do it alone. Actually, there's so much work around, there should be no competition. Actually, I might think about the seriousness of minimizing competition and increasing collaborations as a metric for how we should approach acquisitions, how we should approach growing small businesses. I don't like to hear the numbers. Because of COVID, 40% of minority businesses have went out of business. These numbers don't make sense to me. When we have faith-based communities, even not being able to go into their building, but can congregate online and still have hope. Hope runs eternal. And we at IAEOZ Summit across the globe with our global partners, and yes, you will be hearing from Timothy Maurice Webster, our podcast director. This conversation will be 24/7 around the globe. You can't help them hear it. It'll be a neon sign. Where? I've never seen this before. And all of a sudden it's right around you all the time, and you even can't run away from it. Because there's a time such as this when men and women are called to duty. I think the military has taught us that, taught us what we should be committed to. And I think in the core of that commitment, there's a heart for knowing that you can't do it yourself. So you need to find that next person who can help you do it. And as you get help, you increase your own desire to help. And all of a sudden, we've created a formula. We should not be competing on which conference to attend. We should be concerned about the content and how we get it out collaboratively. Because if there are way too many people on the other side of not knowing, then something is not working. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I'm almost afraid to thank all of the people who have made this possible. The Wonder Group. It's no wonder that you titled on your company, The Wonder Group. Thank you. Our sponsor, to Greenpoint Research. Thank you. INA Solutions. Thank you. And BioFriendly. Thank you. You know, TPD, thank you. Jose, help me, because your help has just brought a whole nother level of foundational solidarity to that we've been asked to do for the next 5 years, which is to help minority businesses in a historic way. And I guarantee you, with all the data competency that this team has demonstrated and communicated over the last 2 days, we certainly know how to track success, mark where we came short, and put in place the process that needs to make sure that what we need to work works. Jose, help us out. Sponsors.
Let me tell you that we are very fortunate that even as we sit here, you know, everything around innovation, everything around the environment, everything around agriculture is coming together, not just here, but there's another summit going on right now in Glasgow, which is COP 26, is the United Nations Environmental Programs, which our own government attended. Out of there, the bankers have already said, we're going to put all this money into helping business. Don't forget that in this particular pandemic that we came out of, we also get another opportunity to reset business, entrepreneurship, and to reset how we work with other people. You know, I brought a good friend of ours as the to come here, Rodolfo Labeca, NASA, you know, with his company, and they do project management work, and they help sponsor us along with several others. So what we're going to do is help all these folks. The work that they're doing with hemp right now, the future, as it's said before, it's in plastics, it's in textiles, it's in, you know, ties, it's in medicine, it is in all these kind of things outside of what it's currently being used for. And there are so many uses for it that we sit here and we look at energy and we're like, wow, the other company that we brought forth, the We World Energy, they're bringing, you know, ways to use generators without using powered out using fossil fuels and using magnetic programs to get them done, so that we can continue bringing these programs to you, whether it's in hydro, whether it's in the environment, and with folks that in our government giving us an opportunity to bring minority business to the table in a bigger way to take them to the next step. This is the way that we're going to do it. So I am so happy that it started last year. We're on our road and we're taking that journey together. And as we go, we invite more people to get into the bus. And yes, as we drive and we go forward, you and I, my dear friend Keith, can sit in the back of the bus, because for change, what they've done is that let us own a piece of that bus or sell the tires for that bus or the fuel for that bus. And they've let us create it, the future, the panels and so on out of hemp, the future, lower the emissions. They've let us bring in all kinds of programs to it so that this happens and we support what works.
To our global partners,
Federal Procurement Center.
To our global partners, IEEE Smart Village, thank you. To the Department of Defense and Defense Leadership Forum, thank you. Greenpoint Research, INA Solutions, thank you. We will, ladies and gentlemen, put a hyphen in between the next time we see you. You'll see us on Facebook, LinkedIn, and all of these videos and all the social media platforms for the next 5 days. I'm sorry, the next 3 days. You will become a subscriber to What Works Online and have access. Tell your friends, tell your family members, tell your government agencies, your customers, your clients, your education institutions, your faculty, your leadership, your board directors, your CEOs, vice presidents, and project managers and influencers of every corporation in America. We're here because we want what works. Thank you so much. This is IAEOZ Summit 2021 in the books, writing our next chapter. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
And is there a better way to do more business in a broader way so that there's less exclusivity and there's more productivity because more of us are in the game?